Hello everyone, I'm Vikramaditya. Welcome to JH Softech. And this is a complete tutorial for SAP FICO, the Finance and Controlling module of SAP software. And in this, you're going to go through all the topics from the starting to end. And this tutorial is only for recap of all the topics in SAP FICO, SAP FICO. So if you wish to learn any SAP software or any other software from the beginning and you want to get a job in that, I strongly recommend you to go ahead and learn it from a trainer. In live classes, whether it might be online or classroom, you go ahead with that. That will lead you to success. But if you try to learn on your own, it kind of becomes more complicated day by day. And there is a reason for that why I'm saying this, and please follow this suggestion if you really want to be successful. But if you want to recap all the topics, if you already gone through this training and if you have already learned it, please go through this entire video so that it will be very much helpful for you to work easily in your jobs. So let's start with the training now.
Hi all, Aditya here from JH Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss the FICO overview, and in which we are going to see what exactly are the different topics that we are going to cover in FICO. And in the first class, we basically discussed more about ERP concept and what exactly is SAP. As we discussed, ERP is a concept, enterprise resource planning, and we also discussed about the SAP. SAP is actually a company which deals with enterprise solutions. Now here in SAP FICO, SAP means systems, applications and products in data processing, and FICO means finance and controlling. Now this is an ERP solution given by SAP. The ECC 6.0 is the latest version that we have. So FI overview. So in the FI we have various subtopics in which we have GL, AR, AP, special ledger, controlling and asset management. As I already discussed, controlling comes as a separate module which will be handled separately, and this is all about FI. So GL means general ledger, AP means accounts payable, AR stands for accounts receivable, and AA is for asset accounting, and SL is special ledger. GL is any transactions that happen will be maintained in general ledger. Other than general ledger, we will also have sub ledgers which we are going to maintain, and there are couple of transactions. So if there is an accounts payable transaction that happens, it's a sub ledger, and if it's an accounts receivable document is created, it's also sub ledger. But the actual general ledger is something which which will be visible in the external reporting. So anything which you want it to be visible in the external reporting have to be uploaded as a GL. Okay. Now asset accounting handles all the assets of a company. So we need to calculate all the depreciations of various products that we normally have. For example, a software company has lot of laptops or desktops for which the asset value will be reduced going forward next year. So we have to calculate the depreciation and maintain that in the asset accounting. And we have something called special ledger which deals with the different types of transactions which we are going to discuss in the coming classes. Now here, financial accounting is basically used for external reporting, GL reporting, legal or external reporting. So all reports that we generate for legal purpose are FI related, finance. Okay, controlling is internal, purely internal, that I already discussed. So legal or external reporting, balance sheet, income statement, statements of financial position, all these are generated at the financial accounting level. As we already discussed initially, basically financial accounting deals with external accounting, in which we have financial position, profit and loss and balance sheet. These are being shared. We need to share these things with the bankers or lenders who have lended the money to us, for external auditors who audit our company, and SEC for senior executive committee, and we have IRS or taxing committee, taxing authorities. So for those people also we have to maintain the documents and then clear it. And stockholders, okay, whoever has invested amount in our company, for those people also we can. So we have CO, EC overview, we have cost center accounting, cost tracking, internal orders, small projects, and projects PS, large projects, product costing, activity based costings, profitability analysis, profit center accounting and the executive info system. All this comes under the controlling part. So internally, if you see in general, controlling deals with internal management reporting or internal reporting by cost centers or other cost objects and cost elements. Cost centers, orders and projects, budget plan, actual versus the plan. These are all maintained in the controlling level. And the internal accounting, we have controllers, we have senior management, we have department managers, and we have executives. So all these are the people who actually go ahead with the internal accounting. And FI deals with the external accounting, that is legal or external reporting, reports by account, balance sheet, income sheet and all. And controlling is internal management reporting, reports by cost centers and cost elements, cost center reports. FICO organizational structure, this is a basic organizational structure. Normally we have to configure all these things initially. Before we configure anything, we have to configure all these things in the system. When a company purchases SAP software, SAP ECC software, ERP software, in which these are the basic things that we have to maintain first. And FI configuration is the heart of the entire company. Means only after the FI configuration is done, we can go ahead and further do the configurations for any other department like MM or SD or HR. All these are things later. First we have to do the configuration of FI. Now in this we have client, company, chart of accounts, company code, business area, credit control area and controlling area. So these are the client is the highest level of hierarchy, which is like, if let's say I have taken the example of BMW, if normally we say who is your client, BMW is our client. Okay. Now company, what is company is? A company is something which is like BMW International, which is a registered company or global company. It's a group. A group is called a company, and the consolidated financial statements are created at the company level. Okay. Now what is company code? Okay, basically we in SAP FICO we maintain company code. Company code is like BMW India. If BMW International is a group, then BMW India is company code. We can generate the legal reports at the company code level. And we have to maintain chart of accounts for every company, and it is mandatory for us to maintain a chart of accounts for every company. That's very mandatory. And we have something called and what is chart of accounts? Listing of accounts. A chart of accounts must be assigned to every company code. Several company codes can use the same chart of accounts, but we cannot maintain two or multiple chart of accounts for the same company. Now we are taking the example here. We are considering US chart of accounts as one particular chart of accounts and German chart of accounts, because we have different rules and regulations for Germany and we have different rules and regulations for US. So obviously we have to maintain two different chart of accounts, and we will assign that to company codes which are related to US accounting. So company code 1000, 2000, 3000 are in US, so they follow the US chart of accounts, and the company codes 4000 and 5000 are in Germany, so they maintain the German chart of accounts. So what's a company code? A required structure, a legally independent entity, the smallest organization unit for which accounting can be carried out. The level where business transactions are processed, the level where accounts are managed, the level where legal individual financial statements such as balance sheet and profit and loss statements are created at the company code level. So legal entity is company code. So for a company code, we maintain the chart of accounts and we also maintain a credit control area. So what is a credit control area? Organizational unit or area of responsibility created to control customer credit limits, and this is basically mandatory for us to do the sales configurations. If you don't do this credit control area, if you don't assign the credit control area, we cannot create records or accounts in the sales and distribution module. Okay, this is a mandatory step for SD people to do the configurations later. So whatever configurations we do in the FI part will be affecting the other modules directly. Now controlling area, an organizational unit defining the company's cost managerial accounting operations. A company code is assigned to one and only one controlling area. Okay, And controlling area can have multiple company codes. So a single controlling area can be assigned to multiple company codes, but an individual company will have company code will always have a single controlling area. I'm going to tell you very detailedly what is controlling area, what is cost center, all these things I'm going to tell you very clearly. So fiscal year variant is also something which actually deals with the financial year in which we are doing, and what is the format of our financial year. For example, in India, for external reporting, for financial reporting, we normally follow the fiscal year as April to March. So when we use that financial year, for that we have to assign a financial variant. That's called fiscal year variant. Okay, and we will also have posting period variant. There are a lot of other things that we are going to discuss in the basic configurations. So basic configurations will start first, and then we'll go ahead with the individual specific to AP or what are the configurations are there. We're going to do that later point of time. So here we have SAP FICO basic configurations. Here we have 21 steps, mandatory steps that we need to do in the first SAP FICO configurations, and we are going to have different transaction codes for all these basic steps. Okay, so creation of company, as we discussed, we have to create a company, we have to create a company code. We can have multiple company codes, but initially we'll create at least one company code, and then we have to assign the company code to company. And business area, we need to create the business area, which is not a mandatory step, we can do that. Define chart of accounts, assign company code to chart of accounts, define account groups, define retained earnings, define fiscal year variant, assign company code to fiscal year variant. If you observe account groups, we are not assigning to company code. Account groups we are going to directly assign it to chart of accounts. In the same transaction itself, we are going to directly assign it to the chart of accounts. Retained earnings, company code to fiscal year variant. We have posting period variant, variant to company code, open and close posting period variants. What are posting period variants is all those months in which you can do the modifications or do the entries. For example, if I open the posting period for July, August, September, you can create a record or you can create an entry only in that 3 months. You cannot create an entry in the other months, because I have opened only that 3 months. Okay, so we're going to discuss that in detail. And field status variant, wherein we will decide what are the fields that should appear on the screen. Company code to fiscal year field status variant is what we have to assign, and then we have to create document types, the various document types, and these document types are very much helpful when we are creating GL accounts. Number ranges for documents, tolerance groups for employees, tax procedures, calculation procedures, country to calculation procedures, and global parameters. These are the things which we have in the basic configurations. So we are going to do all these things on the system and just then go ahead with the remaining thing. So we are going to discuss every step in 2 ways. One is through the transaction and one is through accessing the path. So for example, I would like to tell you this. For example, for creation of a company, we can directly go into OX15 transaction, or we can go through a path. So I'll just log in into the system and then show you this. Now I went into SPRO, SAP IMG reference, and then we have financial accounting. First we need to go into enterprise structure, because we need to create the company for definition, and in this we have financial accounting and define company. This is path. Okay, so we went into SPRO, and in the SPRO we went into enterprise structure. In the enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting, and define company. This is what we have in the define company. But when it comes to transaction code, directly you can come to the same screen using OX15 transaction. I just type OX15 here, and that the same screen appears here. So we have path and we also have transaction codes directly. But when it comes to, as I was discussing about the segment, if I go for segment, for creation of segment there is no transaction code. This is the latest one which is included, so we don't have a transaction code for that. But when you want to just create something like company code, if you want to edit, copy, delete. Okay, if I click on this, you will get the screen here. You will get this screen. The same screen can also be accessed through OX02 transaction. OX02 transaction, we can access the same thing. Right. So in this way we are going to do all the steps. We'll have various transaction codes, but going forward, when we are doing that step, automatically those transactions will be remembered by you, because we will continuously regularly use those things. Automatically you can remember a couple of things, but if you by heart, it will be more better actually. We need not by heart all the transaction codes, we can by heart only a couple of transaction codes. Hi all, welcome to Softech. I'm Aditya here. I'm discussing the basic configurations of GL in SAP FICO. In this, first let's start off with the creation of company code, credit control area, assign company code to company, and create business area to segment, chart of accounts, assign company code to chart of accounts, and these basic configurations as much as possible is what we are going to cover in this video. This is something which is suggestible to be heard by people who have already completed the configuration. This is just for a recap, because I'm going to do it a bit fast. So VPRO is what I'm taking, OX02 transaction, and I'm given this as Viprocess India company code, and this is like Hyderabad, country is India, INR and English. So this is just, I've created a company code now. And we can also very well create the company as well. So the company creation, we can either go from the transaction code OX15 or the path. So I'll take this as the title is company, and our company name is Viprocess Hyderabad. And these are all not mandatory, but if we want, we can give it. And house number, street number 1. 1, postal code is 500123. Here we have India, and then say OK. We can give these values as well, and I'm going to create the request, our own request for the first time. New request for Viprocess. Okay, and I'm just saving it. Say OK. And once it's been done, we just upload this. Now here this has been done, and once it has been done, VPRO, we have done this configuration now. And in this, what we do is, let's go back and create a company as well, and let's do it from SPRO as well as from the transaction SAP IMG reference. And this, we have the enterprise structure. In the enterprise structure, we'll have basic configuration. So let's go to the enterprise structure, and in the enterprise structure we have definitions. In the definitions we have financial controlling. In this we have define company, or you can just click on this, or you can also go from OX15 transaction and reach to this level. So new entries, click on new entries, and then we have here VPRO, Viprocess International Service, street number 1, 2356. Postal code is this, Hyderabad, India, English, INR, and save. I'm saving it in the same request number. All these configurations which you do for this particular company, we are going to save in the same request number. So it all depends on the requirement. Based on the requirement, we are going to save it under a particular request number. So now we have to assign the company to company code, which we normally do in the assignments section. Here we have the assignments in this financial accounting, in which we have the assign company code to company. Either we can click on this, or we can go to OX16 transaction, OX16, and in this OX16 transaction, in this we just click on this position, and the company code is VPRO. In this we just need to select the company. We are assigning the company code to company, so VPRO, select the company, select it, save it, and the same request number, back. Now once it's been done, we have to go ahead with the creation of, the next step would be credit control area. The credit control area is pretty simple. As of now, we are just creating it, and we are not assigning any particular you know we're not assigning any particular limit here. We'll just click on this OX credit control area, and as I told you, like, to see the transaction codes, we can just go to the display key IMG activity, and you can see this. You can display the transaction codes here. Okay, so the transaction code for this credit control area is OB45, last four alphabets or numbers, alphanumeric, whatever it meant. So just click on this credit control area. We're just creating a credit control area, and we're not doing anything now. OB45 is the transaction code. We'll just create it as VPRO, and the currency is mandatory, we need to give it, and I'm not giving anything now here. Okay, I'm just saving it, and the same request number, we just created it. Okay, so we are not assigning any risk management and all these things. Okay, description is required. We process. Okay. Save it. Now back. Credit control area has been done. Now once the credit control area has been done, we need to click on the, okay, let's create the business area. Okay, what's the next step that we have is creation of business area and segment. So as I discussed in the theory part, business area, we cannot pull out the reports on the business area level, but we can pull out the reports at the segment level. So let's go ahead and create a business area. Define business area, click on new address, and then you have VPRO. VPRO created as a business area here. Then we we can just use it in the future. So next we are also creating the segment. So as I discussed, OX03 is the transaction code for business area, but for segment we don't have any transaction. We just need to follow from the path. So I'll create the segment as well, and then let's go to the fiscal year. We have chart of accounts. So new entries, VPRO, process segment, save it on the same request number, back. Now let's create the chart of accounts. For chart of accounts, we need to go into another path, not the enterprise structure. We need to go to the financial accounting. In the financial accounting, we need to go to financial accounting, set general settings. No, we go to the general ledger accounting, and in this we have GL accounts, master data, preparations, and here we have the edit chart of account list. So the transaction code is OB13, and you can also go from OB13 transaction. Once we click the OB13 transaction, this screen is going to open here, and I'll go to the vProcess VPRO, and vProcess chart of accounts, and then that's it. Group chart of accounts we are not maintaining as of now. Save it. Okay, the mandatory is in language is English. Say okay, save, and this has been saved. Chart of accounts has been saved, and then we'll go ahead and assign the chart of accounts to company code. So for assigning the company code to chart of accounts is OB62. So let's click on this path, and then go ahead, and we can also go from OB62 transaction, position VPRO, and in this we give chart of accounts as VPRO. Just save it in the same request number, back, and after this we'll go ahead with the creation of fiscal year. So let's go ahead and create the fiscal year. So for creation of fiscal year, we'll have this path here, fiscal year, financial accounting global settings, and we have fiscal year, maintain fiscal year variant, that is transaction code is OB29. We can see it here and click on that, and we'll create a fiscal year now. So the fiscal year what we have proposed is for India. So for India, the most probably like it will be like the year starts in the year starts in the financial year starts in April and ends in March. So here let's take these things and let's take this as a reference, copy, and then we'll go ahead with the new one, new entries. Click on new entries. Oh no. And now we'll click on the new entries, and in the new entries we'll take it as the proposed one that we have here is VI, right? VI. So let's go ahead for VI, and we have we process V fiscal year, and then we have, that's it. So year dependent, if you make it as year dependent, then you need to mention the year as well. So specify the number of postings. Number of postings is 12. Save it, and now select this and periods 2015 years, and this we are making it as specific to year. Okay, so in the year 2015 we just have 28 days. So I just change that and then back, and once this fiscal year is completed, we need to assign the fiscal year to company code. We just go to the OB, the transaction code here is OB37. So we'll just click this position, and we'll go ahead with the just skip that. We have VPRO here, and we have the fiscal year that just now we created, and that is the fiscal year is VI. Save it, process, and this is what we have back. So assign the fiscal year variant. This has been done. So once it's been done, we go ahead with the posting periods, and in the posting periods is what we normally maintain it for. Posting period is what we normally maintain it for the months, whatever we can post the account. So let's go ahead with the posting period now. So now here let's go ahead and first create the posting periods and define variants for open posting periods. OBBO is the transaction code. We just select this, and we will be allowing the end users to post a particular document for a particular range of dates. So for that we create a variant here. Let's create as this as VPRO, we process posting period 1, save. Okay, and now back. So this is back again, and this is posting period variants, and open and close posting periods is what we'll do it now. And for position, okay, let me copy certain things which we have for 2015. So just copy position VPRO. So we have new entries VPRO is the one here, and for this I'm giving it as something like now this I'm giving it as plus, because it will be applicable to all the all the accounts. I'm not giving any periods here, and so it will be like Yeah, I'm not giving any account numbers, so there we are not restricting any account numbers. And plus means all type of accounts will be there. Basically there will be a lot of account types, like we have assets, customers, vendors, materials, GL accounts and contract accounts. We can give different posting periods to different types of accounts. What I mean to say is, for example, if we have a for debit or credit, we can give a different posting periods. Normally we give posting periods open for only 1 or 2 months or max 3 months. Okay, so we are going to do that. Assign variance to company code and click on this position VPRO, and in this we have variance, and the variance we have VPRO. Save it, just say OK and back. So we have successfully created the posting periods. And hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to do a couple of GL settings. And this, like we have already done a couple of settings. In this we have retained earnings is what is we need to do yet. Fiscal year variance. Retained earnings we are going to do after creating the account groups. So let's create the account groups, and then we'll also create the retained earnings for carrying forward the previous account details, profit and loss details. And now we also would create field status variance, and assign company code to field status variant is what we'll do. Document types we are going to do, and number ranges for documents is what we are going to do, and tolerance groups for employees is what we are going to do in this particular video. So let's start off with the creation of account groups. As I discussed in the theory part, the account groups is something which we are going to do in OBD4 transaction. In this, all the account groups we are assigning at the chart of accounts level. So we already have couple of values here. But I would like to create couple of account groups from the. Okay, so we are here, and we copy these values here from this from a particular account groups for chart of accounts. So we have couple of records here. New entries, and in this we are going to copy this, save it, own request, and we have a request copy process is what I'm just selecting it, and say OK. Data was saved, and these are the account groups which we are going to use further while creating the accounts. So, and when we see this, all the field status groups and all will be there here. Okay, let's go ahead and create the retained earnings, and retained earnings is OB53, or we can also go through the path OB53. And in this, let's create the chart of accounts as VPRO is already existing, and in this we just need to give X here, and we need to give one account number which already we have in the in this particular number ranges. So we have something like cash and bank balances. So we have 2004001 to 2005000. I'll take 200401. So I'll give here 200401. This is mandatory step. Just say, you just ignore this message and click on save. Okay, and then say enter and save this. Changes have been made. So now once the changes have been made, then what we have to do is we have to go ahead with the retained earnings has been created now, and there is an account which we creating for the retained earnings. That's what we are exactly doing it now. That's it. So that should be from the account groups that we have already created here. So this range, a particular range of it, and then we have company code to field status. Okay, so let's go ahead with the field status variant OBC4. OBC4 is what we'll do. OBC4, and in the OBC4 we would be creating a field status variance, for which we'll take a particular standard field status variance from where we can copy all the values. So 0001 is something which SAP has given for standard, and that's what we can take, or we can also take something like IDIS group. IDIS group what are all the things that we are able to see at the IDES will not be available in the real time. So 0001 is what we'll copy, and just click on this copy, and we'll change this as VPRO. Copy all. 41 entries have been copied. So when we copied this, and when we go for the field status variance for this particular field status group, we'll have G00, G0002, G00012, G071 and ICCF1. All these are the field status groups that we have. G0001, and we have general data. And if you general data, if you see, these two are the optional, these two are suppressed. And now if you see additional account statements, we have all suppressed, and only business area has been made mandatory, optional. So taxes, we can have all this. So various transaction codes, what are all the fields that we have, and what should be suppressed, what should be obligatory, all these things we'll do it in the in this particular. Okay, so we have successfully created field status variance, and we have to assign the field status variant to company code. So we'll assign the field status variant to company code in OBC5 transaction, OBC5. We can also do these things from the path. Okay, let me show you this in the path as well. SPRO, SAP IMG reference. In this we have financial accounting. Here in this we have financial accounting, in financial accounting general ledger accounting. In that we have GL accounts, master data, preparations, edit chart of accounts list. I mean to say this defined account groups. So we can select it from here and do that, or we can go for OBD4. And we had just now done the retained earnings. So the retained earnings is here, define retained earnings. We can just click this, or we can go to that particular respective transaction code. And then we have assign, then we have the field status variance. Field status variance will be at the document level, business transactions. Okay, define document types, and then we have posting case and all. And field status variance also we have here, which we have done through the transaction code. So assign field status variant to assign company code to field status variant is what normally we have. Okay, so that is something which if we click, it's already been logged. So we'll just go ahead with the already open one. Assign company code to field status variance. Position, just select VPRO, and this we have to give this as VPRO as well. Save it in the V process, and then we have back. So this is, we have successfully saved the field status variant to company code. Then we have to create the document types for defining various types of document types that we are going to use. And as of now we are going to create one document type, and then we are going to assign couple of number ranges there, and then we are going to define the account groups, tolerance groups as well in this. So I am proceeding with the OBA7 transaction, and we can also create it from the path document types. Here we have defined document types is what we have, or we can go from transaction code, and the transaction code for the document types is OBA7. OBA7, and in this we'll go for the new entries, and in this I'll go for the VP. And number ranges, we need to give a number range, and number range you can either click and create from here itself, or you can go to the transaction code called FBN1. So if you click on this number range information, it will go to the FBN1 transaction only. I'll just show you. If I open up FBN1 separately, the same transaction will come there, FBN1. So we'll have this VPRO, and just click on this intervals, and in this intervals we are assigning couple of intervals, like we are adding one interval 01, and 2015. And then we have something like, okay, I'll take it as 1 to some 10,000, and then we have say okay, save it. And then once it's been done, VPRO is the company code. VPRO is the company. VPRO is the company code, and then we have here number invoice. Whatever number range we have now, it will be available here. So this number range name is 01. So if you see here, this is 01. So I'm assigning 01 here, VP, and save. Okay, VI. Stress VI. V1. Okay. V1. Save and say okay. So we have assigned this, and we save this. It was already been saved, and once we have come out of it, we need to go ahead and create the tolerance groups per employees is what we are is our next step, OBA4, and for that is as well we'll have the path. OBA4 is what I'm going to go into now, OBA4, and in this we are going to go and create new entries here. And in this we would keep the group blank, and because we want to allow it for any groups. If you're given a group, this will be applicable only for that particular group. So we want to keep it generic, so we are not giving anything to that. So I'm giving maximum number of cost, and discount is up to 10% say, and here also we can have it up to 10%, and here also 10%, something like that, and just click on save. Okay, once it's been saved, we have created the tolerance groups for the users, and this is generic for all because we have the company code VPRO. So for that, all the tolerance groups are allowed, so we just have it there, and once it's been done, this completes the tolerance groups for employees, and we also have to go ahead with the calculation procedures, that's OBYZ and OBYZ. And procedures, we need to assign a particular procedure, and that particular procedure we have to assign it to a condition type. So in the procedures, these are the tax procedures, and in this tax procedures we are just copying it from something like taxes test or something like that. So we have taxes test, and we can just copy that into taxes India. Copy all, say okay. Once the number of entries are copied, 1, this has been done. Yes, save changes. Okay, data was saved. Okay, now what we are going to do is, once it's been done, TAXIND. Okay, so we have condition types. So in the condition types, we are going to assign that to the particular condition type, which we're going to create the taxes classes in this. As of now, I'm not doing it now, and when it is required, we'll do that. Okay, and I just assigned one tax calculation procedure. That's it. So country to calculation procedure is OBBG. We have to assign this calculation procedure to company code in OBBG. So in the OBBG, I'll go ahead and for the position India, country India, we need to assign that tax IND. So we already have assigned to tax IN, which has already been assigned, which is already working fine. So you can also have tax IND and say OK. And this is what we have configured in the tax calculation procedure for the taxes. So by default, the taxes we have assigned copied from the test, but we can also get new taxes or assign new values and all. So then we have something called very important topic is document splitting. Document splitting basically takes care of splitting the entire account groups or documents into a particular document value from one value to another value. And I'm just going to show you what are the different categories that we have in the document splitting. So the transaction code, we don't have the transaction code for the document splitting. For that, you need to go into SPRO transaction, and in this ING reference, and in this we have financial accounting new, general accounting. In this we have business transactions, and in this we have document splitting, and we just need to click on this classify GL accounts on the base of document splittings VPRO. So here we can give some values and new entries. When you click on new entries, we'll be having different types of documents which we have to split on. So I'll take something like the balance. Yeah, hi all, Aditya here from Softech, and in this session we are going to discuss a couple of things which are in the basic settings and the enterprise structure. We will be discussing in this session the credit control area. We'll be discussing the financial management area, consolidation business area, and business area, and then we are discussing the company code to financial management area and consolidation business area to business area. So in this sessions, let's start off with the financial management area, as we already completed company code, credit control area and segment, and let's do those things now. Okay, so company is actually something like B&W International, and if you take the B&W International as a company, B&W India is under the company, and that would be the company code. Then we have credit control area is something which allows us to give a credit to the customer, like for example services or the products, up to which amount can we give the credit to the customer, and then we'll have something called business area, which is actually a part of the company code. And then we have functional area. Functional area is like SD, FICO, HRPP, all these other functional areas. Business consolidation area is like, which is a group of business areas. So if we create a business area here, we have something called VPRO, so Viprocess Hyderabad, and let's create another business area called Viprocess new entries, VPR1, Viprocess Pune. So just save it, and now we can also have VPR2, Viprocess Mumbai. Save it, and then come back. So for this, let me tell you the transaction codes as well, because transaction codes are also very important. So let's check the transaction code for business area. The transaction code for business area is OX03. This is what we have created now, and we have a functional area. Okay, before getting the functional area, let's create a maintain consolidation area, because maintain consolidation area is what we need to do. That's the transaction code is OCC1. That's what we need to do now. OCC1, click on that, and we have already VPRO. I'll create new entries. In this I'll say VPRB, business area for Viprocess. Save it. That's done. Now what we are doing here is, like, we have created the business consolidation area. That's OCC1 is the transaction code. Then let's go to the assigning. Then we have Okay. Okay, so now here we have created the business consolidation area. Business area is already there, and then we also want to create the financial management area. So for the financial management area, we can do it from here, maintain financial management area. The transaction code for this OF01. So just click on that. So it's VPRO we already created. We'll create a new one, VPRF. We process financial area. Currency is INR. Just say save. Okay. Back. And now what we have is define segment. We already done that. And define profit center also we can do it later. Control, and then we have assignments. In the assignments we'll have the assignment of company code to financial management area, and assign consolidation business area to business area is what we have to do now. So let's go ahead into that. Let's go ahead into the assignments, financial accounting. In the financial accounting we have assign company to company code to credit control area, business area to consolidation area. This transaction code is OBB6. Just click on this one, and in this position VPRO, and in this we already have the VPRO. So we have something called VPR1, VPR2 are the business areas. For our understanding, I'll assign these two to a particular business consolidation area which we have just now done, VPRB, and I'm also assigning this also to VPRB. So both are been assigned to VPRB. So VPR1 and VPR2, Viprocess Pune and Viprocess Mumbai, both are assigned to business consolidation area. Okay, then we have assigned company code to financial management area. So now we have created a financial management area that called VPRF. So we need to assign that financial management area to the company code. So I'm selecting the VPRO. In this we already assigned a financial accounting area, that is VPRO, which has already been done. So we can just change that into VPRF if you want, which we have just now done, and then save it, and the changes have been updated. So this is about creation of a company code to financial management area. Then let's create the consolidation business area. We need to assign it to business area. So yeah, we already done that, and yes, so these are the things that we have. Let me once show you the credit control area, which we already done actually. So I'll just show you once again. So credit control area is something which enables us to give the credit. So just OB45 is the transaction code in which we have done VPRO. VPRO is this. We are just mentioning credit control area, but we are not mentioning the credit limit. So credit limit is something which we can mention here, and according to that only we can give the credit limit to that particular customer. We have done retained earnings, financial translation ratio to currency translation. These things we'll do it later. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we're going to discuss the concept of document splitting, and we would be going ahead further with the customization and configuration of all the various documents. So as of now in this session we are going to discuss the creation of GL master account document posting through various methods, and we have the POC document as well. These are the things that we are going to discuss, and here in this GL masters can be done through either path or FS00. In the real time, these basically are done by the end users. So this also comes under the end user concept. So in this GL account document posting can be done in the FB01L transaction, which is the old one, and the new one is FB50 transaction. And pack document, we are going to do it in the same FB01L or FB50 transaction. Either of these two we can create the pack documents. So here let us go ahead and first create the creation of GL masters, and for that we need to go into either accounting, financial accounting, and here we have the general ledger. In this we have the master records. In the master records we have GL accounts. In this we have individual and centrally. So this is how we can double click on this and create a account, or we can go ahead and just type FS00 transaction, FS00, and in this FS00 transaction we can enter and create a account. So we are actually creating two accounts, one is for credit and one is for debit. Our logic here would be basically to create two accounts. One account we are doing it for debit account, another is for credit account. So what is our purpose is, debit account is actually the amount, we'll take off the amount, and in this we are going to put the amount. So then what happens is this will become plus 10 and plus 10,000 and minus 10,000. Then what happens is if we have plus 10,000 and minus 10,000, the entire finally the the balance will be 0, and 10,000 minus 10,000 it will be minus 0. And this is about the accounts. And then we have something called document. So this is for debit and credit account. And document, when we are creating the document, these are the things that we are going to put up. The amount or the amount details we are going to maintain at the document level, and accounts we are creating at the master data level. So now here when we have something like 200105, just say create, and this I would put this in the investments, and this belongs to investments. And if you have a doubt in this, you can go ahead and check in the OBD4 transaction what are all the account groups that we have given. So whenever we are creating an account in FS00, we need to make sure that the account group is matching. So if let's say if you want to assign as account group as investments, for investments, if you see here for VPRO, in this we have investments. For investments we have the chart of accounts as VPRO and investments, and the account number ranges 2001012 to 200202000. So we are taking 105, which is within this limit, so it will accept, otherwise it will give you an error. So I'll take it as investment. So balance sheet account, controlling area, then we have a line item, and here we have to give it as 001, and then we have credit. In this we have field status variant as G001. Click on save. So these are the mandatory things that we have to give. Once we have given all these things, then we have to go ahead and create another account, that is again in the FS00. We have, let's create another account for say cash 2004012 to 2005000. So 2004005, create, and in this we have balance sheet account. In this we have cash and balances, cash account, and control data. In control data we have to go for only bank balances, and then line items, and in this we have sort case 00001, and general ledger create, we have here G001, and just click on save. So we are created two accounts now. One account is for probably we'll be using it for credit, and one account we'll be using for debit. So there was something like 2001105 and 200405, something like that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go for FB01L. So FB01L is the old transaction which we use for creating the documents. Once we have created an account, we can create any number of documents for that particular account. So let us give the date. The date is today's date, and then we'll go for 40. There is these are all the standard posting keys that we have. 40 is for debit and 50 is for credit. So debit is what we are taking out the amount. So for taking out the amount, in the sense we are giving it for investment. So investment is what we have taken as 200105, and just say enter. And here we are giving us somewhere around 1,000 rupees is the investment, and invest. And then we have in the posting key we have 50. Let's give it as 50. And account group, account, we have to select the cash account. The cash account just now we created was 200405. Save, and we need to just put star here to get the whole data. Now here just we need to save it, and once it's been saved, once the details have been saved, we can go ahead and check these values. So the document has been successfully stored, and this document will actually hold all this data, and we can also view the data. Display, you can go for display, and if we remember the document, we can see the list of all the documents that have been created for this particular company code. So when we display, this is the data that we have just now loaded, and this is 1,000, 10,000, and 10,000. Yeah. So these are the values that we have. Okay. Now let's go ahead and create a whole document. Okay. Let us also go ahead with creation of the same account or same document through FB50 transaction. FB50 is the latest transaction that we have. So in this also the same way we are giving, the navigation is different, a bit different. In fact, like this is more easier to create a document because we have everything here. Credit and debit are here. Oh, I have taken as MGID. I just need to change the company code. VPRO. Okay. I just clicked here and change the VPRO. So we process, and then we have the document date as 3, and here we have the GL account number. GL account number for investments is 105, and the amount is say 1,000, and this is debit, and then we have 405 credit 1,000. So these are the things that we are giving in a single single screen, and just enter and save. So this document 3 was posted in company code VPRO. So this is what, so actually the document numbers are starting from 1, so that's the reason I think it will be the third document that we have been posted. So now this is how we normally post the document through FB50 transaction. But the next thing that we want to discuss is like the whole document. For the holding the document, we normally have even in the same FB01L we'll have some option called whole document. Basically there are certain situations in which we wanted to restrict the end users to post the document directly. So what we do is we just give them the access to hold the document. Later someone else can log in and the authorized people can correct it, and then they can post it. So here we are just holding the parking the document, not holding, parking the document. So for that I'm taking the investments again. We can, as I discussed, we can create any number of transactions or documents for this. Now I just need to save. Okay, so they will not have the access to post it. it will be grayed out like this, so we cannot click this. So similarly the end users also will be given the access to only park it. So how do they park is they go to the document and click on park. So what happens is this will become parked. So this document has gone into the parking, and the park document we can clear it off, or the people who have authorization to go to FBV0 transaction, they can go ahead and park it, post the document. So here we also have the navigation as well. For that we have general ledger. In the general ledger we have the postings, documents. In the documents we have the park documents, and post or delete the park documents. Even if you click the same thing, the same FBV0 transaction will come, or even if I go ahead and click FBV0 directly, the same thing will come. So here in this transaction of FBV0, so here we just need to remove this document number, or just keep the company name. Even if you want to put the fiscal year, we can do it. Document list, you will get the list of all the documents which are parked. If we have couple of documents which are parked, we can view that parked documents and then we can modify it accordingly, and then we can change it. So what is the thing is, here we have 1000 and 1000, right? So now what we can do is we can double click on this, we can make this as 1001. Okay, and then this one also we can make it as 1001. And once this has been done, we can go ahead and post it. The document was posted because I saved it, it automatically got posted. So once it's been posted, it will go out of the parking slot. Let's do the same thing with the latest transaction, that is FB50 transaction. I'll log in into this again. I'll log in into FB50 again. In the FB50, let's go ahead with this, and then we have, I'm taking the 405, and this is debit 1000, 105, credit 1000, say enter, and then we just need to click on park. So they will not be having this access, it will be grayed out, and you just need to click on the park. Okay, so let's click on the park, and once the document 5 has been parked, again to clear off this document we need to go to the same transaction FBV0. If there's no other change, we just go to the FBV0 transaction, and in this transaction we'll go ahead and go to the document list and then execute, and here double click on this, and you want to do any changes, you can just make the changes here. You don't have to go to another screen, everything happens here itself. That's the best thing about this latest one. And save as complete or post. Okay, directly I'm posting it now. So once it's been posted, this has successfully been posted. So this is how, if you have created the document in FB01L, if you go to FBV0, the same screen opens, and if you do it in FB50 and then go back to the FB0, according to the latest screen, that screen opens. This is all about the parking document. So somebody will be parking it, and you would be accessing this, and you would be posting it. This is what happens in the parking and posting the. Hi, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to discuss the creation of credit control area, business area, functional area, consolidation business area, financial management area, segment, and profit center. These are the things that we are going to discuss now in this session. So let's first start off with the define credit control area, because you already know company and company code. So I'll take up this one, credit control area. In the credit control area, I'm creating new entries, and in this I'm taking this as VPR2, currency is INR. And what exactly is the significance of credit control areas? Here we are going to define how much amount to which we can give the credit to the customer. So you can also put the risk management category. Risk category is like we have to create the separate risk category for this, and then we can put it here. But just you can also mention the amount here. This much amount is the maximum thing that according up to which we can give the limit to the customer. And fiscal year variant also we can mention the fiscal year variant that we have mentioned, we have created. So normally we done VP April to March special periods, and update also we can give the update. So it is like 0 1 1 to 15 and 18, so different types of updates. And if you just keep it blank, there is no update, so you're keeping it blank now, and just save it. So new requirement for process, just say okay. This has been saved successfully. So VPR2 is a credit control area for which we have given certain limit. So whenever we go ahead and give the controlling, the customer accounts receivable sub module, in that this will play a significant role, what we have done now. And then we'll go for the defined business area. So business area, click on new entries, and in this the business area is VPR3. Chennai. Okay, I'll take it as VPR5 is a business area. We process Chennai, and I'll take VPR6 as another location like Bangalore, and just say save. So we are creating two business areas. We can have n number of business areas under a company code, and then we are going ahead with the functional area. So define functional area. In this, click on new entries, and in this functional area is VPR5. We process functional area is like SD module, MM module, or something like the sales module. You can just say we can segregate the data between sales, material management, all this stuff. So I'm just clicking on the save now. Say okay. Once it's been done, we go ahead, we come back, and functional areas is done. So maintain consolidation business area. Just click on this maintain consolidation business area. Click on new entries, and this business consolidation area is say VPRG. Consolidation area. Okay, just say okay, save it. Once you save it, you need to assign the business areas that we have done till now. We need to assign it to this business consolidation area. This will come under the assignment part. So in the assignment part, if you check the financial accounting, in this you're already aware of assigning company code to company code to credit control area. Assigning company to credit control area is what we will do it now, because just now we created a credit control area. We'll assign it, and then we have business area to consolidation area, company code to financial management area, and assign profit center to company code. So these are the things that we have to do in the assignment part. So first let us finish off this creation. So we have created the credit control area, then we created the company code business area. So let's create, we have already created the business area. We also created the consolidation business area. We created the functional area. So what was the functional area name that we have just now done? VPR 8 or VPRG? VPR. And consolidation business area? We need to check that. So for maintain functional management area. So just click this, and in this we already have VPRO, so we'll just go for VPR1. So new entries. Financial management area is a part of the financial FICO module. So VIP. financial management area, create define segment. So define segment will get for new entries VPR VPSE we process, save it, and then back. Here define profit center, click on this profit center. Okay, so before creating the profit center we must have a controlling area in place. So for this let us go ahead and create the controlling area. So let's go to the maintain controlling area, copy and delete the controlling area, maintain controlling area. In this we have couple of controlling areas here already existing. So let's go ahead and click on the new entries, and in the new entries I just want to click company controlling area is equal to company code, so that automatically the company code will come here. So I'll just click on this. So this is VPRO, and that's it. So all the controlling area company code configurations whatever we have mentioned will be copied to the controlling area, company code to controlling area. So controlling area same as company code. Click on save. So once we have done this controlling area, we will be able to go ahead and create the profit center. In fact, for creating the profit center, we can create a cost center and then we can replicate that as a profit center. We are going to do in both ways. Now let's go ahead and let's go ahead and create the cost center. Create cost center. This is a create cost center screen, and in this we are going to give VPRO as the controlling area. And once we give the controlling area, we are assigning we are assigning VPRC or VPCC. We can also put as VPRO only to make it simple. So valid from. So the date is tomorrow's date. Okay, cost center. So whatever is the cost center we have, we need to if you want to take the reference of some other cost center, you can do that, or controlling area also we can do that, but just say enter. Okay, I'll just come back to this. Yeah, this has some okay, so when I'm discussing the controlling part, I'll discuss about the create cost centers, because we have to maintain the hierarchies, and in profit center also we need to have some prerequisites. So let us go ahead with the creation of segment. Did we create the segment now? Yes. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead with the assignments now. So in the assignments, we'll go to the financial accounting. In this, assign company code to company, we already done that. Company code to credit control year, the credit control year that we just now created is what we need to do. So position VPRO. For this, the credit control area is VPRO. So we can have this, the credit control area just now we created is VPR1. So we can either go for the VPR1, VPRO. So if you just double click on this, that will be updated with the old one. In fact, if you have not assigned any controlling area, it by default takes it as blank, so we need to fill it up. And then we have the business consolidation area. So go for the business consolidation area, and in that business area VPR5. So for VPR5, the business consolidation area would be VPRG. And here also we have VPRG. This is the business consolidation area that we have. Okay, so once we have back, assign company code to financial management area. Click on this company code to financial management area. In that company code to financial management area, we have, okay, so So this is company code to financial management area. So company code is, let's click on this BPRO, and the financial management area is, we can just browse it, whatever financial management area we have created just now. So that was VPR9. You can double click on this and click on save, then back, and we have when once we create the profit center, we can assign the profit center to company code. So the transaction codes for all these things which we have done just now, okay, just get it like this. So here creation of business area is OX03, business consolidation area is OCC1, maintain functional management area OF01, profit center we have not done that, we'll do it later in the controlling part. Then we have the assigning company code to credit control area is OB38, business area to consolidation area is OBB6, and company code to financial area is OF18. Okay, and next we are going to have something like, yeah, the profit center is like a bridge between the controlling and finance as already discussed. Okay, we'll create a segment now, one more segment, define company, click on new entries, and I'm creating something like VP R8. We press this segment, save. That's it. So this is how we are creating a segment. Segment is simple. The way we create the segment is simple, but later we need to assign this segment to the company code wherever it is required, so that we can map all the transactions to it. Okay, so here then we have in the financial accounting global settings. In the financial accounting global settings, we have activate new general ledger accounting, company code, business area, fiscal year. You have the business area here. Enable business area balance sheet. Check display authorization of business area. General ledger accounting. GL accounts. I think we have all done all this. Revised chart of accounts is like modify anything existing. Edit chart of accounts. Assign company code to chart of accounts also we have done. Account groups also we have done. The retained earnings account. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to discuss about the interest calculations, account balance interest calculation. We have defined interest calculation types OB46, prepare account balance interest calculation OBAA, define reference interest rates OBAC, define time dependent terms OB81, enter interest rates OB83, creation of a GL account specifically for calculation of interest and for maintaining the interest, assignment of accounts for automatic postings OBV2, and posting of term loan is F-02, and repayment of term loan also is F-02, and interest calculations whatever we have done till now will be displayed in the F.52. These are the transaction codes that are involved. So let's go ahead and start the configurations now with OB46. That's the interest calculation types. So we have OB46. And in the OB46 we are going to create interest calculation types. I'm clicking new entries, and in this I'm creating interest calculation type of V8. Interest calculation type is item interest calculation, balance interest calculation, and penalty interest calculation. There are the three types of interest calculations we have. So Item interest calculation is if we have purchased or sold one product, and for that particular product, if at all the full payment is not done, you are going to calculate the interest based on the item, not based on the amount to, paid and what amount is balanced. So here we have balance interest calculation is something like they have paid some amount, and for only the remaining amount we will go for the balance interest calculation. And penalty interest calculation is for getting the interest calculated for one penalty. So let's say for example the amount have to be done prepaid in 1 month, but it is now second month, so we'll go for penalty interest calculation. So first one is item interest calculation, we'll go for that. Save, own request. In this we'll go ahead with the process. So we have saved a calculation interest calculation type as V8. Now once we have done interest calculation type as V8, and then we have to go for prepare account balance interest calculation, OBAA. We need to create the account balance interest calculation, go for new entries, and in this interest calculation indicator we'll get as a V process, and interest calculation frequency is 1 month. I'll take it as 1 month. Every month we are calculating the interest, and settlement day is 10th of every month. And calendar type, we have to give the calendar type. Calendar type is 330 of 365, and it's a month end indicator. If you want to give anything, you can give it, and you can also give a limit like this interest calculation will be applicable up to 10,000 rupees. Just save it. Currency, we need to give the currency here is INR, and then save it. And then we have created the interest calculation balance interest calculation as OBAA. We've done that. Then we have to go for define reference interest rates, OBAC. Define reference interest rates, new entries, and reference interest rate is also VPRO. Okay, just we are giving all these details here in the reference interest calculation. Please remember this reference interest calculation what we have here. So VPRO, say OK, save it. Now come back. Now once the reference interest calculation has been done, to go for define time dependent terms, OB81. Time dependent terms, OB81. So we'll go for new entries, and here we have to go for time dependent interest calculation indicator is again VPRO, INR, and effective from 29/04 terms. Credit interest areas, there are different types of terms actually. Credit interest areas interest calculation, balance interest areas interest calculation, debit and credit. So there will be two types of interest. One is credit, another is debit. So in this we have in credit again we have areas and balance, and debit again we have areas and balances. So I'm selecting credit entry, and we are not giving any reference here. Just say OK, back. And then what we have is here enter interest rates. Interest rate is like, do you want to give the interest rate as 8% per annum or 10% per annum? All these things we have to mention in OB83. So in the OB83 we'll go ahead with the new interest rates. Reference is like for example, like we can give reference, the reference interest calculation. What is that we have given reference interest calculation now? VPRO or VIPR? VIPR. Was it VIPR? it will be there here, it will be there in the V. Reference interest calculation valid from interest rate, we are going to give the interest rate here. Whatever in reference interest calculation here, reference interest OBAC, what did we create there? OBAC, yeah, VPRO, right? So VPRO is what we created here. So we'll go ahead with the interest, enter interest rates OB83, OB83, interest rates valid from, and in rate of interest is 8% is what we are calculating, or you can also give it as 12%. 12% of this can be considered. Save it, VPRO, and then what we have to do is come back, new interest rates. So now here VPR1, I am creating a new one, it is not accepting because that reference interest calculation type we have not defined. Since we defined VPRO, it was taking, now it is not taking this because it was not created. Yeah, next we'll go ahead with the GL account, FS00, just for maintaining the interest. So we'll go for FS00, and FS00 will create something like, let's check the OBD4. Now in the OBD4 position, and the chart of accounts is VPRO, and for the VPRO we have interest, right? Loan and advances 200501, 200503, and VPRO is the company code. Create, and here balance sheet account, here we need to go for loan and advances. Only balances in local currency, line item 001, credit, here we go for G001, save, then back 200503. So 200503 we have it. Now what we have to do is we are created the GL account as 200503. Now assignment of accounts for automatic postings OBV2, assignment of accounts. So we have to go for accounts, we will go for accounts, VPRO, okay. So account symbol, we can give some account symbol here. GL account, whatever we, do you remember the GL account that we created just now? 200503, right? That should be there. And symbol, account symbol is something like, which selected is VPRO. VPRO. So we have some standard account symbols. I'm making use of standard symbols. So I'll take this 000001, interest received, say enter, just save it. Okay, so application is 0004, and we just, what did we do is we assignment of account for automatic posting. So we have just assigned an account for this interest. So whatever interest will be calculated, that will be automatically assigned to that account. Posting of term loan is F-02, So F-02. F-02, we just posting the document. So document was posted. So enter GL account. This is F-02. We have GL account. So in the OBV2 transaction, what exactly we have is we have done the accounts now here. We just assigned one account, but in this OBV2, what we have to do is we have to also create. So in this we have the business transaction. That is the business transaction we have here is debit interest. We are calculating the debit interest, and the company code is VPRO, and the interest indicator also was VPRO. Business area is also VPRO. Interest indicator VPRO is not different. What is the interest indicator that you define? Yeah, VIPR. We create as VIPR. So item, and then we have posting key. The posting key you can give it as invoice or reverse. I'll give it as interest. Debit entry. Interest paid or interest received. Yeah, either of these two. We can take both. One for debit entry, one for credit entry. So we can just say save. This is something which we have to do in OB52. OBV2. Yeah. So now we have a loan account and we have a cash account. So we can create a account in which we have F-02, wherein we can create a account. In the account we have cash balance, interest 1000, so 50. We have loan and advances here, save 1000, save, and this 13 was saved. So what exactly we are doing is we are making use of the account that just now we created in the previous steps. And that account is what we are going to make use of for creating the F-02. And interest calculations F-52 will be displayed only when we have couple of interest, either debit or credit. So F-52 is the one. We have chart of accounts is VPRO, but calculation. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to discuss about the asset accounting. In the asset accounting we have first we are going to go ahead with the basic settings, in which we are going to go for copy reference chart of depreciation or depreciation areas, assign tax codes for non-taxable transactions, assign company code to chart of depreciation, maintain account determinations, maintain screen layout rules, maintain number ranges for asset master data, maintain asset classes, determine depreciation areas in the asset classes, and creation of GL accounts, assignment of GL accounts to the automatic payment, automatic postings. These are the 10 things that we are going to go ahead and do it now. So first and foremost, we'll go to the EC08 to copy the chart of depreciation. We just need to click this particular button for the copying, and we are going to go ahead and search for a chart of depreciation which is relevant to India. So we have it here, and from here we are copying it to VPRO is the chart of depreciation that we have proposed. So say yes. Do you really want to transport number ranges? I said yes, so the number ranges also will be copied here. Represses. Okay. With this, we have successfully created a chart of depreciation called VPRO, and once we have done the chart of depreciation, we need to come back and create assign tax codes for non-taxable transactions, OBCL. So we'll go to the OBCL. In the OBCL, basically input tax and output tax will always be there. So we have the company code as VPRO. So for this VPRO, the input tax and output tax, we can create our own input tax and output tax, which we are going to see ahead. But V0 and A0 are SAP standard input taxes, which we have for input and output taxes, V0 and A0. Just say enter and then save it. So we have assigned the standard input and output taxes, for which we can further configure the taxing procedures. So for next step would be to assign company code to chart of depreciation, that is OAOB is the transaction code that we have. We can also do all these things through path OAOB. And in this we are assigning the company code to chart of depreciation. So here we have company code is VPRO. Save. So once you save this, fiscal year variant VR is not maintained for the calendar year 2014. So what exactly happens here is, like, even for the previous fiscal year also we need to maintain the variant, fiscal year variant VR. So let's go ahead and create maintain the fiscal year for that particular variant. Okay, so let us go for the fiscal year variant creation. Transaction code is, so we'll go for OB29 transaction and maintain the fiscal year for the past year 2014. So for that we have VR is the one. So for the VR, select this periods, and here we are going to maintain it for 2014. But first let us copy all these things now. 10, 11, 12. Here we have 28, 10, 31, 7, so once this fiscal year is maintained for 2014 calendar year, let's go back to that particular transaction code and assign that VPRO, and here we have VPRO and save. Okay, let's come back and log in again. EC08 OAOB. So here we maintain this VPRO and save. So once we save it, so what we have done in this step is we have just assigned the company code to chart of depreciations. So once we have done this, to go for maintain account determinations and maintain screen level tools, which we are going to do ahead. Maintain number ranges for asset master data. AS08 is what we will do it now. AS08. In this, the company code is VPRO, and we maintain some intervals. So let's say for our just for our understanding purpose, we are maintaining one number range. So once it's been done, then we have to go for OA, maintain asset classes, OA, maintain asset classes. So here we'll maintain asset classes. There are a lot of standard asset classes which are already been there. For example, if you have 1100 is for buildings, and 2000 is for machinery declining depreciations, real estate, and all these things. So what we'll do is we'll create a couple of new asset classes, like let's say V10 for buildings. Okay, and account determination also we are going to give this. So we can take the account determination here. So we have this buildings, screen layout rules, buildings, and here the number range that we are taking here is, we have taken only one number range, if you remember, this 01. So for the company code VPRO, you can see at the last VPRO we have taken only one number range, so we can take only that one and save. So once it's been done, we are done with the OA transaction, wherein we have actually maintained the asset classes. So we have to determine depreciation areas in the asset classes. So we can create any number of asset classes. In fact, like we will be creating a lot of asset classes in the real time in the project. So we have done something like V100. This is for buildings. So back asset classes, determine depreciation areas in the asset classes OAYZ. Determine depreciation areas in depreciation areas. So we already have this kind of depreciation areas here. So we have V110. So we just select this and we can click the depreciation areas. So here for V100 asset class, we have various depreciation areas, like we have book depreciation, tax balance depreciation, cost accounting depreciation, group GBP, group USD, and book depreciation. This is referred to the currency, and individual subsidy, and inventory subsidy. Actually, this one, you just click on save. So now what happens is all these depreciation areas are been maintained for this particular asset class. So once it's been done, back, do you want to save? Yes. Okay, so we have assigned the maintain the asset classes and determine depreciation areas. So we have done the last one, which we have done is OAYZ, wherein we have actually determined the depreciation areas in the asset classes. So after this, the next concept would be to create a GL account and then assign this GL account to the automatic postings. We'll do those things now. So let us go ahead for the creation of GL accounts, FS00, wherein we are creating a GL account for assets. So let us first go to the OBD4 transaction and check what are the various accounts that we can number range. Let's maintain the number. Let's check the number range. Here we have inventory. So inventory we have VPRO, INVT. So for this, let's go ahead with the FS00. FS00. Account number is 200 20210. VPRO. Okay, so for this we just need to click on create balance sheet account. Then we have inventory. This is for assets. Control data. We have balances in local currency, line item. Sort key we just need to give this 001. Create bank interest. Here we have group G001. Save it. So we have this. Now we have created an account for assets and assignment of GL account to the automatic postings that we are going to do it in the A090, which we are going to go for account assignment. So here this is the chart of depreciation that we have. So balance sheet account. So we just need to assign this account for this. Okay, so I mean like the assignment we are not able to do it from here, so we'll just check that in the next video. So specified document type for posting depreciation also we're going to fix that. So in this video we have just completed till the 9th point, that is creation of FS00 transaction. So let's check that. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. And in this session we are going to discuss certain configurations on the asset accounting part, so asset accounting subledger. So we have already done with the first nine configurations in the previous video, and in this we are going to start off with the assignment of GL account for automatic postings, that is AO90. So we'll go ahead with the AO90, and in the AO90 chart of depreciation that we had is VPRO, and in this we have something like VPRO, and we have a balance sheet account, depreciation and special reserves. So as of now we are not doing anything here at this point of time, so we're just viewing whether this has been already configured or not. So we're coming back on this, and then in the specified document types for posting period, specified document types for posting period, we have this document types for posting period for depreciation. For this we don't have the transaction code, so we can also process through from the path specific document types for posting period. So in this we have various document types which we'll have in the line item data. So now in this we have specified document types for depreciation, for posting of depreciation. For this the path we have is financial accounting. In the financial accounting we have to go to the asset accounting. In this we have to go to the integration with general ledger accounting, and in this posting depreciation to general ledger accounting, and in this document specified document types for specified document type for posting of depreciation is what we need to click. Or we can also go into a transaction code called AO71. In this also the same thing, so we can go ahead with this. Okay, so I'm going with the path now, specify document types, define document types. I need to come out of the document types now. So here define document types. In this we are defining the document types. Into this transaction we can also come directly with OB-A7 transaction code, and we can go for new entries, and we can go for a new document type called VP. I guess I'm not sure, but VP is already there I guess. So we have something like 91 is what we will create. Document type is already existing. So VI, VPRO intervals, and we have to create 91 here, 2016, 60012 700. Say okay, save it. Okay, back. So this is what we have. So we have created the document type as VI. So let's go ahead with the document type is VI, and the number range is 91. So let's go ahead and create that. So we have VPRO. So for this, the document type by default which has been assigned as AF. So AF is already existing for depreciation postings. Okay, so we can change that to what we have created right now, or we can keep the existing one, because this is for normally for depreciation posting. So we are keeping it as it is, so we are not changing it. We have already assigned AF, okay, because this is a depreciation posting. And then what we have is we have specify intervals and posting rules. For that we have OAYR. Okay, specify document type for posting of depreciation. We have already done this now, so we have to come back, and then we have the path for the specify intervals for posting period, that is the transaction code is OAYR, and the path is here, specify intervals and posting period, posting rules. So let's click on this, and we have the company code as VPRO, for which we'll go for posting rules. And in this we have a book depreciation, cost accounting depreciation, and investment support posted to liabilities. So these are the different types of depreciations that we have. So how do you want to depreciate the value? Is it the book depreciation is normally set to monthly postings? We can also go for bi-monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, or annual postings, so that the cost of that particular object or the asset will keep on reducing on this particular interval. So based on this interval it is going to get posted. This is what we have. So 20 also we have this bi-monthly and all, and we have 51 also we have these things. Back. So we're not doing any changes now. Specify intervals and posting rules is already been done, and so we go ahead with the next step now. Specify rounding of net book value and or depreciation value, OAYO. So OAYO is where we have a rounding off of the amount. So OAYO. So here we have company code selection, position, VPRO. This we have rounding of specifications. So there are a lot of asset procedures in which we have to give the rounding off of the specifications. The rounding off can be arithmetic rounding off, or it can be round up, round down. So what exactly is round up is, like if you have 50.563, so you want to round figure. So 50.563 can be rounded off to round up will be 51, round down is 50. So whatever decimal values are there, we can round off to up or down. So arithmetic rounding is exactly if it is 50.635 and you want only 2 digits after the point, then we have 50.63. Okay, so it will decimal values will be reduced and we'll keep it like that. So that is what we do in the rounding, arithmetic rounding. Okay, we have this. Click on save. On request. VPRO. Say okay. Now the data was saved. Back. So this configuration of rounding of netbook values, we can go ahead and do the rounding of netbook values for each and every particular selection. So define screen layout rules for asset master data OA77. So now we are going ahead with the define screen layout for asset master data. So when we are typing OA77, it's not working. So we are going from here, define screen layout for asset master data. I'll just select this. In this, we have different types of layouts. We can make a copy of the existing layout, and I'm taking this particular thing, like we can create our own screen layout, and we can do it, or you can make use of the existing one. So we have something like flights that we have created, so we can create one more layout like this is real estate. These are the different screen layouts that we have. Different screen layout for master. In this, previously we had created this 999 for flights. Create screen layout rules. So here we have screen layout rules is like we can change this subject of this. So we are keeping it as it is. We are not doing any changes now. So now we can create our own screen layout as well in master data. So what are all the screen layouts that we have already previously configured can be seen here, and we can just assign them to the asset master. We already assigned, so we are just viewing the assignment. So in the screen layout also we have already have the screen layouts here. These screen layouts are already existing for this particular screen. So here we have a particular screen layout for which what are required, what are optional, all these things we can set here for a particular screen layout. So if it's 6,000, for 6,000, what are the things that we have screen layout, what are mandatory, what are optional, these things we can fix it here. So next, coming to the next concept, next topic is to create the depreciation keys, define base method. For defining base method, the transaction code is AFAMD. This comes under depreciation keys, AFAMD. So in this we have depreciation balances. So in this the depreciation factor or the decimal factor will be here, and we have a maximum percentage, minimum percentage. Okay, so this is for the income tax department and all these things. So depreciation balances. So if you go for new entry, I'm going for new entry, and depreciation balance is something like PPR. Depreciation method is property tax. Depreciation factor is something like the maximum percentage is 10, minimum percentage is 100. We can say maximum percentage is 100, minimum percentage is 10. Decimal factor is something like 1 or say 2. Save it. So we have created a depreciation balance here. So we can go ahead and see the existing declination balances. So we have this property tax is what we have, this D factor. Then we have minimum and maximum values. So a declining balance method. So how are we going to calculate how we are going to decline the value is based on these values. So define declining balances method. So AFAMS, declining balances. define declining balances methods. So in the AF AMD we have different methods in which we can depreciate. So we'll go for new entries here, and in this the multi-level depreciation method is like a VPR again. We process method depreciation by fiscal year. Okay, every year automatically it has to take it from capitalization date. From capitalization date means from where we have started it, or original acquisition due date. Okay, so based on original acquisition starting from the original acquisition date, the cost of that particular asset keeps on decreasing. So we can select, if you keep it blank, it will be done at the financial year level. So in whichever financial year we have taken that particular asset, for the entire year it is automatically by default going to calculate the asset depreciation. So we want to come back out of this. So VPR is a valid start date. Valid start date is 1 from the capitalization. If you keep it blank, it will be calculating from the entire year. Then what we have here is define multi-level methods, AFAMP. So define multi-level methods, AFAMP. So in this we have, if we have multi-level methods, then we go for new entries. Depreciation method is again multi-level VPM, because it's multi-level depreciation for reprocess. Equation we have we have this save and back again. So we have just configured the multi-level methods, and we have define period control. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. So in this session we are going to discuss the creation of vendor account groups, and then we have to creation of number ranges to vendor account groups, and we're going to assign the number ranges to vendor account groups. These are the things that we do, and we'll also maintain an tolerance group here. So for this, first let's go to the OBD3 transaction. OBD3, and in this OBD3 click on new entries. Basically we have a VPR1. We can also create new entries, and then we will go for VPR2, and then we have general data is like we process India account. If it's a one-time account, you have to select this. Okay, so then we have this, and just click on save. And in fact, like whatever we are doing here, we are actually process. This is a process one. Okay, I'll select this, and whatever configurations we are doing. Okay, so whatever whatever vendor groups that we are creating here, at the vendor groups OBA3, we also have the field status variants. So field status variants are by default set. If you want to change it, you can change it at this level. Go to the general data. In the general data we have address. So address is optional, so you can make it as mandatory, or you can suppress certain things. These are all the things that we can do it in the VPR2, that field status account group level. So we are just creating an account group and just saving it and back. So next we are going to do, what we are going to do is we are going to creation of number ranges is what we are going to do it in the XKN1 transaction. So let's go back and select this XKN1. So in the XKN1 we'll just look for the intervals, create, and in this we have the vendor creation. And if you see, this is the vendor creation number ranges that we have actually given. So if it is external, we need to manually enter that external, but if you remove this, then it will become internal. Okay, internal means you don't have to enter the number range. Okay, you don't have to give the number. Automatically the system will take it. It will start from 300,000 to whatever is the maximum whatever is the maximum number here, till there it will be saved. So this is the number range automatically. So I have made it as internal. So I uncheck that, and it becomes internal now. So when you save that, once it's been done, then we can this is a number range, this is a number range is 04. So what are we going to do is, this 04 is what we're going to assign to the company, the account group that we have just now created. So for that, we are going to go into the transaction code called OBAS. So we'll go to the OBAS transaction now, and in the OBAS transaction we're going to go for VPR2, and in this number range, whatever we have there, so we have the number range as 04. So we can select that 04 here. What are the number ranges that are there, that will be available, and save it and we process. So this number range can be assigned to other company codes as well, but this is like, we have to assign this account group to the company code. Okay, so we have done that, and maintain customer or vendor tolerance group, that is OBA3. So we are going to do it for OBA3. We're going to assign this account group to the company code. So now OBA3, we're going to do the new entries, and in this we are just giving VPRO. VPRO we have already maintained, so if there is any other company code, we just, for a sample, we'll do that. Otherwise, like, okay. So if we say VPRO, and here tolerance group, we are not giving any tolerance group here. So we process tolerance group for we process. This is what, that's it. So you just save it. Normally what happens is, according to the client requirement, we are going to give a tolerance group here, and the tolerance group actually specifies which part of finance data we have, and we have this. So freely definable group code, customer or vendors of our GL. Tolerance groups are unique within a company code. Every company code tolerance group is unique. So we're going to have this. We are going to keep it blank. If it is blank, you can use it for any kind of transactions, whether it is for customers or vendors, you can do that. Okay. So this is data is saved. Okay, so we're just maintaining the tolerance group. So we are not giving any limit, okay, permitted limit. So if at all, if you give this limits, like say gain and loss, and that much tolerance is only accepted, remaining things are not accepted. Permitted differences of automatic write-off and all, these are the things that we can do. Okay, save it. Okay, in the real time, we always have to enter a lot of things here. And Dunning key also, we can give Dunning key also. So Dunning key is like reminder. So we create a key and we create a reminder for that. Okay, this has to be repeated every day, every month and all. We are going to define it at the Dunning level, and then the Dunning key is what we are going to mention it here, so that reminders keeps going whenever you do the transaction, whenever you do some you do some documents, then automatically this gets triggered. This is what we have, the tolerance group. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss the concept of reconciliation account and vendor master data XK01 and MK01. This entire thing comes under the concept of accounts payable. This is a sub-module in FICO. Accounts payable. So in this, let's first create the reconciliation account. Reconciliation account is what we normally create in FS00, just like we create any other account, and there are certain things that we need to configure in a different way for reconciliation account, and then we are going to create the vendor master data in XK01 and in MK01 as well. So XK01 is a transaction code which we finance people are going to use it to configure it, and MM people or manufacturing material management people are going to configure it in MK01. The major difference would be that reconciliation account is mandatory in XK01, because whatever transactions we do for this particular vendor will be updated to that particular reconciliation account. But whereas in MM01 we just have the vendor details, that's it. We don't have any transaction data there. So we cannot maintain it like that because we don't have the reconciliation account there. Okay, so here we are going to go to FS00 transaction, and we are going to maintain a reconciliation account. And let me tell you that reconciliation account is will be maintained for customers as well. So as of now, we are creating a reconciliation account for our vendors. Okay, so first of all, let's go to the OBD4 and let's check what are the account groups that we have here. Yeah, okay, so here in this we have sundry. There will be something called sundry creditors and sundry debitors. So debit is something which is going out. So for this, we don't have it for VPRO, I guess. Check. Yeah, VPRO sundry debitors. Okay, so we have VPRO sundry debitors. So in this we have 800 20012 800 4000. So for in this is the range that we have given for sundry debitors. So what we are going to do is we are going to make use of this and create an account here. So I'm having this 800 2002. I'll go for 800 200 800 2003 VPRO and just create. And in this we're going to go for the PL statement account, and here I'm going for the sundry debitors. Okay, this comes in a balance sheet. Okay, so this is like reconciliation account. Now these are normally we need to give them mandatory. So control data is INR. Balance sheets only balances in local currency should not be posted. And this is major thing that the major difference would be normally for normal account and this account is here we have an option called reconciliation account for account type. So here we need to mention that as a vendors. Okay, as I said we are going to create a reconciliation account for customers and as well. So we have it for vendors now. So then what we are going to do is we are going to go for line item display and sort key. Sort key is 001. Okay, these are the things that we have. Create bank interest. In this create bank interest, we need to go for G067 reconciliation accounts. This is normally we have given it as G001, G005 is what we have used. We need to use now G067. That's a reconciliation account. And remaining things are same. If you don't select this as 067, and if you don't do this, it doesn't work out. So these are the things mandatory, and we should not select this only balances in local currency should not be selected. Why I'm saying this is because for normal accounts we are always selecting it. Just save. Now this 8002003 becomes a reconciliation account. So now this reconciliation account can be used for creation of vendor master. So vendor master from the FI point of view, we will do it in XK01 transaction. We are maintaining the vendor centrally. So in this vendor number can be taken by default. So account groups for VPR. So the account groups that we maintain for VPRO is VPR1. VPR1 is the account group that we have maintained for VProcess. Okay, VPR1. And these account groups can be maintained in the account group that we normally have. Okay, so now what we do is like sales organization. We have not done a purchase organization yet. Purchase organization we have not created, so just say enter. Account number. Okay, this is external. Okay. So now this account number, whatever we are giving, we need to check the limit in OBD3 actually. So okay. So this is the range that we have given actually. We have updated these values actually. So for the account now, where did we do this is, I'll just show you this. OBA7. We have maintained these things. I'll just show you that, but you know, this is the range that we have to give. So it's like 300, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5, right? Okay, yeah, 1. Okay, just enter. So this number range is what we have maintained. I'll show it to you later where we have maintained that. So Mr. or say MS JH Softech, and we have countries IN, and search term also, like you know, we can give search term as well, Hyderabad. These are all the things we have given. So here enter. Customer. Okay, so what is this customer is all about is, if let's say this vendor for which we are maintaining the master data is also a customer, okay, then we are going to give that customer number here. So we are going to say if a particular company, we get some materials from that company, and we also give some materials to the company. So it's a two-way process. So in that, the data will be updated. Okay, we are linking the customer and vendor here. Okay, so that is what we normally do here. And then as of now, this is what we just need to ignore that, because we are not having anything. And when we create an house bank and when we create bank details and all, we are going to mention it here. As of now, we are skipping this. And this is reconciliation. Without reconciliation account, you cannot go further. You cannot go next. So here, if I try to skip this, it says reconciliation account is mandatory, and there is something which is also mandatory. Another thing that is mandatory is cash management group, wherein you have to mention whether what type of payment is it. Is it a domestic payment or foreign payments, or what payments? Okay, vendor affiliated companies or something. So domestic payments is what we have. So here we need to go for 8002003. 8002003. Then payment terms. Payment terms, payable immediately, due date. So and dunning procedure. So dunning is a process of reminding us for the payment, or reminding the customer for the payment. Okay, dunning means reminding for the payment. That's it. Okay, in that we have reminding is like if it's for vendor, it will remind us of the payment, but if it's a customer, it will remind the customer to pay. Okay, you have to pay this amount at this date. So dunning also we are skipping as of now. So do you want to save? Yes. So this vendor master has been successfully saved. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing in MK01, in which you will observe that okay, this 300001 is created. Now what are we going to do is, we are going to go to MK01 transaction, wherein also you can create the vendor, but this is normally done by the MM people. So here we can give some, VPR1 is the group, and so in this we have MS Marriott Global IT. Marriott Global IT is our vendor, Hyderabad. Okay, here also the same option will come, customer. We'll just skip that, and it's just saving. So you don't have any account details. It's not prompting us for account details, and especially the reconciliation account details. So these are all the things that we maintain at the XK01 transaction. But in when it comes to MK01 transaction, all this stuff is not there. Okay. So this is about creation of reconciliation account and vendor master data, which we have created in XK01 and MK01 transaction codes. So later point of time, we are going to discuss things like invoice creation and all this stuff. So once we create the vendor, we can also create an invoice for this particular vendor. We can do the payments to this vendor and all this stuff. We are going to discuss in the next accounts payable next session. Okay, this ends this creation of reconciliation account vendor master. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss the concept of document types and number ranges, that is OBA7. We need to mandatorily maintain a 19 number range called 19 for the document type called KR, which we normally do it in OBA7. So this is a mandatory step, without which we cannot continue with the vendor invoice. For our understanding purpose, let us first go ahead and try to create a vendor invoice, which will not be creating, because we need to create that number range. Then we'll go back and create the number range. So I'm just trying to create a vendor invoice F-43. And in this vendor invoice, before creating the vendor invoice, as we already have created a reconciliation account, and that's important actually. So then we need to also have another account for a debit. Okay, so let's go for this one. This 11 KR, document type is KR, and I will give this sundry account. The sundry account that we created was only one, that is 33000001. So it says in company code VPRO, the number range 19 is missing for the year 2015. So what do we have to do is, we have to go back and go to the OBA7 transaction, and so we'll come back to OBA7 transaction. In this, we will find out the document type called KR. That's for vendor invoice actually, KR. And for this KR, we have to maintain a number range called 19. So that's double click on the number range info, go for VPRO and intervals, and in the intervals add intervals, and then we have 19 2015, and we will create some values here. Let's say we're doing something like 900. Just say okay, and we have this 9000002 91. We have 9 followed by 5 zeros here, and 910000. Just save it and back and back. So we have this, and 19 number ranges are. Now we will be able to post the vendor invoice. So for vendor invoice, what do we do here is, here we'll give the number range 11, and here we are going to have 31, and 31 account we have the sundry account here. The sundry account number is this one. Just say enter. I'm giving some 1000. I'm giving the text as vendor invoice. Okay, posting key is posting key is something like 40. We need to take it as 40. Debit entry. So the debit entry, I'm giving it as some cash account. This is a cash account. You can give anything. So this is already predefined one, predefined account in FS00. Just say enter, and then I'm giving this. Either you can give this 1,000 or we can just give star. I'm not giving any posting key as of now. Just say click on save. So a document 9000000 was posted in company code VPRO. This we have successfully created the vendor invoice, and for this creation of vendor invoice, the document type KR have to be maintained with the 19 number range, and that is a mandatory step that we have, and this is how we create the vendor invoice. So remaining things will continue in the next video. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss about the automatic payment program concept, in which we are going to do a setup configuration in such a way that the payments to the vendors automatically happens through a scheduled program. So we have automatic payment program serves the purpose of posting accounts payable, say payments or to a vendor based on the vendor invoices automatically, shortly termed as APP. So steps for configuring are: set up payment program per country, set up payment methods per company code, set up all company codes, set up paying company code and bank determination, assign payment methods to vendor accounts. These are the steps that we have to follow, and all the steps are already readily available in the FB-ZP transaction. So let me open up the FB-ZP transaction. So in the FB-ZP transaction, we have all the steps, in which let us follow all the steps. For each and every step, we already have some separate transaction codes here. So I'll go for all entries and then click on the new entries, and in this we have VPRO, and then we have VPRO here as well in the selling, and VPRO. So we are actually preparing the control data for the paying company code, that's VPRO. And then we have tolerance, like let's say if I give tolerance as 5 days, you can make the payments within 5 days of the process. And then how much is the amount that we are going to have to pay. So what is the exception that we have, or what are the transaction to be paid, those things, the maximum discounts that we can give, all these things we'll do it. But as of now, we are just saving these mandatory things and save. And this has been saved, and come back, and then we have the paying company codes. So in the paying company codes, we have new entries, and in this as well, so we have VPRO. We need to configure what is the minimum amount and what is the maximum amount for incoming and outgoing payments. So I'm giving it as some 100 rupees, and 100 rupees is the minimum amount and maximum amount that we can pay. And after that, we need to configure this forms. In the forms, we need to give the script name, and the script name that we are going to give here is, for the form for the payment advice is F110_D_AVIS is the form. And then we are going to have sender forms. In the sender forms, we are going to have text ID. Text ID will give it as ST. ST means standard. Text ID is standard. And then we have something called, okay, so we have sender details ST, and we have something called the letterheader. This is F0001_header. We have footer, and we have signature MS Softech, or since it's vProcess, I'm taking it as vProcess. Now once it's been done, and the sender also, we can give something like F_0001_sender. These are the form names that we need to remember, and we need to assign it. These are the standard forms that we are assigning it to the payment. Okay, so now once we say, and we can also do it from that as a standard transaction code called OBVU. We can also do it from OBVU transaction code, and then save it. OBVU transaction code. then payment methods in the country. Click on the payment methods in the country. So in the payment methods in the country, we have the transaction code is OBVCU. The transaction code is OBVCU. So you just need to go for the position IN. So in India, we need to maintain a payment method actually. So here for India, we already have a lot of payment methods. We can make use of the existing payment method, or we can create a payment method here. So for India, if you want to create a payment method, we just need to create that new entries and this payment method. So here in this particular server, we already have used almost all the symbols, numbers and alphabets. So I'm using here question mark, or say something like because almost all the things are already used. Payment method for we process outgoing payments, bank transfer or check. You can also define check and then save. So already exists. So even this one exists. I'll put something like tilt So here we are specifying the street number, required master data specifications, the street number, PO number and all this stuff. And we have the document type, and the document type for parameter is KZ. We have KZ vendor payment, and then we have this KZ here as well. We have vendor payment for that. And then we need to save it. Okay, so once it's been saved, we have saved the payment methods, and once the payment methods for this company codes has been we have already assigned company codes. In this we have assigned the payment methods for the company codes. We have also assigned the payment methods for the country. Now we have to assign the payment methods in the company code. So in the payments methods in company code, we just click on the company code that we have assigned here, VPRO. It isn't there, so new entries, click on the new entries, VPRO, and payment method, the payment method that we have just now made use of. So that's like check, bank transfer or ACB or something like that. Or we can also give the payment method as tilt, which we have just now used, created. Okay, or you can also make use of the standard ones. So standard ones is C, check, and the minimum amount that we have is 100. Maximum amount is also maximum amount is like 1 lakh or 10 lakhs, and distribution amount is something like 9999. And then for this, even in this we have to give the form data, and this we have F110 underscore prenum check, and next form we don't have to give the next form, just enter, click on save, yes, back, and then we have done this payment methods for the company code. Bank determination is what we have done. We have to do bank determination. We are going to create a bank, so position VPRO, and this is already there. So for this we need to configure all these things. So I'll just select the ranking order. So ranking order, we need to create a new entries. In this we need to select what is the payment method that we have. The payment method just now we created is tilt, because we have almost all the other symbols were already being used. So we have used tilt. Payment method is the tilt. Or we can also make use of a standard one called C, check. Okay, C is a standard method that we have here, check payments per TOST. You can make use of that as well, or you can make use of the existing one. So I'm making use of the payment method as check payment. check payments for TOST. See, and currency, as you already know, is INR. Ranking order is 1. So what exactly is ranking order is, we are going to schedule which has got more priority. Now here we have not yet created the house bank. Initially it is always preferred to go ahead and create the house bank, which we are going to discuss later. So house bank is what we have to create an FI12 transaction, and that house bank details is what you need to give it here. Okay, let us do one thing. We can just go ahead and create the house bank and come back here. We can always do that. So for that we need to go for FBZP transaction, and this house banks. In the house banks we have VPRO is the company code. In this we have bank, new entries, and in this house bank. So we need to create a house bank here. So let's create a house bank, like let's create something like city 1, and the country is IN, and the bank key, we can give any bank key. I'll give it something like 1890, and we can also give the address. We can maintain the address here. Save. Bank name is something like Citibank, Hyderabad, high-tech city. Say OK. Now once it's been done, Citibank is done, we need to go ahead. City 1 is the house bank, so we need to go ahead and city 1, so bank determination. And this, in the ranking order, let me select this VPRO, and then free PRO, we have to have the ranking order. In the ranking order we need to give the house bank here. So the house bank that we created for VPRO is city 1, and just save it. Now go to the bank accounts. In the bank accounts again we need to create the new entries, and in this house bank we need to create this VPRO is the one we have, and we have to give the currency as INR. Here we are going to give the tilt, or normally I am taking it as C. Okay, let us finish off as C. Account ID. So if you have created any account ID, it will be there, but since we have not created an account ID, we just need to create that and come back here. So we let's go to the FS00 and create an account for mapping it here. So I am going into FS00 and I'll be creating an account, and let us select an account OBD4. OBD4, let's create this VPRO, cash and bank balances. So cash and bank balances we have 2004012 to 200500. So cash and bank balances is 200401. So 200401, 200405. Okay. So cash and bank balances. Okay. So VPRO create, already been taken. Okay. So let's take this as 10. Click on create. And then we have balance sheet, then we have cash and bank balances, house bank, we bring it as house bank details, control data. In the control data only balances in local currency, line item, sort key is 0001, and then we have create control area, and in this we have G001, and then we have, that's it. So if you are giving house bank, the house bank is what we need to link here, and the account ID also we can give here. We don't have any account ID now, so if we have that account ID we can also relate that here. So 200410 is what we have created now. So then what we have to do is we have to go ahead with the here account ID. So now in the account ID, okay, let's create the account ID and come back here. To assign the account ID, we are going into FI12 itself. We have just created a house bank. But here in this bank accounts, we need to just give this. So I'll just select this VPRO, select here, click on new entries, and then we have to give the account ID here. So whatever account ID we give here will be replicating there. So city 1 is what we give, Citibank, Hyderabad, and then we have the currency is INR, and bank account number is something like 15623, and then we have the alternate control key. Okay, so just say save, and you can give any bank account number here, which is actually the actual bank account number, and we can also give the alternative bank account number. So once we do this, we will be able to populate this at this level. So account ID we have created now, and this is the account ID that we created, and sub bank account, if it is there, we can create it, otherwise we can just. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to discuss accounts payable concept, and in this specifically we are going to discuss about the vendor invoice, and we are going to also discuss about the outgoing payment to the vendor, and we are also going to create that vendor invoice in the enjoy transaction. And to view vendor accounts, we can go into FBL1N, where you can see the list of all the vendors. We are going to do that. Vendor credit memo, we are going to create a vendor credit memo, and vendor credit memo enjoy transaction also we are going to do it now. So in this session, first of all, let us go ahead with the vendor invoice creation. For this, all the pre-configurations are already done, and now we have to just go ahead into the F-43 transaction to create a vendor invoice. And in this, we are giving the date, and we are giving the company code here, and the currency. Then we will be seeing the list of all the vendors that are created for this particular VPRO company code. So in this, we just have one vendor that is been created here. And then we have this. So here we have cash. So I'm taking something like cash account, and then I'm giving the 1000. Click on save, and this document was been saved successfully, and the document number is 2002, and this is successfully created, which is a vendor invoice. So posting outgoing payments, we are going to do it in the F-53 transaction. Yes, F-53. So in the F-53, we are giving the present date, account number, we need to give that account number, company code is VPR, rate is INR, and the account number we are going to access it from here, cash bank or house bank details. Then we have the amount is 1000. Here we are going to give open item selection. In this we have this account, this is the account for which we have the data. So we have the 15 number range is missing. So similar to we have for invoice, we need to have the account and the number range which has to be maintained is 19. So here we have to maintain the number range as 15. Let's go back to the FBN1, and in this we have the company code is VPRO. For this we need to maintain the interval as 15, because see, if you want to know what interval have to be maintained for what particular company code, so you can just go for KZ. So let's open the document types. What is the transaction code for document types? OBA7. So in this we have to go for the document type which is there here, KZ. So when you go for KZ, here for KZ, if you double click on KZ, here you can see 15. It means that 15 is the number range which has to be maintained for maintaining the outgoing payments. So here we have to go for FBN1, and in FBN1 we can go in VPRO intervals, and we have to maintain the 15 number range. So 15 number range, 2015 financial year F4, and here we have the available number ranges from 3001 to, let's say we'll take it as 4000. Save. Okay, now back, and once it's been done, then posting vendor invoice enjoy transaction is FB60. So in this VPRO is the company code. So in this, the vendor number that we have here is this one, and the amount which we have here is 1000, and this is the number, this is the amount. So we have to give the debit and credit value, right? So we are giving it as house bank debit and 1000. Invoice date is 14. Document was posted in company code VPRO. Document 2003 was posted in company code VPRO. So this is what we have. So in this we have posting vendor invoice FB60. So we'll go for FB60. So here this account number is not there in the vendor group, so we need to select something else, like let's go for cash bank balance. This has been saved successfully. So this is how we are going to create the vendor invoice in the FB60 transaction. Now if you want to check the list of all the vendors, so we can go for FBL1N. We have it here. FBL1N. So in this, if you want to see the list of all the accounts, so these are the list of all the accounts that we have and the payments that have been done. So this is the list for this. Okay, and then what we have is vendor credit memo F-41. So let's go for F-41. So for F-41 vendor credit memo, we need to maintain a number range called 17. So let's go back again into the FBN1, and then we'll maintain the intervals. And the interval that we have to maintain here is 17. So let's go ahead and maintain the number range 17, 17, 2015. 4000 to 5000, enter, save. So these are the values that we have to have. It's done. So now what we have to do is we have to go for credit memo enjoy transaction FB65. FB65. Okay, so the vendor credit memo, yeah, So here we need to give this, right? Reference also, we give some reference as well. Okay, so let's go ahead with the rupees 65. I'm creating it again. This is the vendor. I'll just check the vendor. This is the vendor. Amount is 1000. Document area is 14. Here the number range is 1000. Enter. Okay, so this is not there, so we'll go ahead with the another account, 402. Okay, this has been saved. So we have just created a vendor credit memo in FP65 transaction. Okay, so this is about the vendor accounts and vendor account details creation. So in the next video we are going to discuss about the automatic payment program, and in which the automatic payment program we are going to discuss how we are going to initiate the process of automatic payment program and all. And in one more video we are going to discuss about the house bank details and all. So that's it for this in video. Thank you. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we'll be discussing about the configurations that are required for cash journal. As I discussed in the theory part, we will be having three types of payments. One is online transaction, that is in NEFT transaction or wire transaction, and the second one is the check payments, and the third payment would be by cash. So if you are giving anything by cash from the company, you need to maintain that in the cash journals. So let's look at the configurations which are required for issuing a cash journal. First and foremost, we need to create a account for this cash journal. Let us check what are the different account numbers that are available for this particular company code. Now in this we have cash and bank balances. So we have 200301. So we have, I'll give it as 200303. This is the account that we are creating, triple Q1, and then create, and in this we'll go for cash and bank balances. So we'll go for cash and bank balances here. And then we'll go for profit and loss statement, and here we'll take this as, this account we'll take it as GL account for cash journal. Control data, only balances with local currency, line item, and this we have 0001, 001, G001, save. The account has been created, 200303 account has been created. This is specially for cash journal. Define document types for cash journal, we have to do it in OBA7 transaction. So let's go to the OBA7 transaction, OBA7, and in this we'll go for new entries. These are the different document types that we already have, which we already have in the OBA7. These are the standard ones. So we can create our own document type for cash journal, and let's create new entries, and then I'll get it as Q1. Number range is something like 15, and we need to maintain the number range for that. Triple Q1 intervals, and I'll create new interval saying that this is 15 2016, and the number range is from 101 to say some 300, and save it, say OK, back again. Then we have to go for Q1. Now the Q1 is already been created. Now let's go ahead with that. Define number range intervals for cash journal documents. Now this is triple Q1 intervals. You have to maintain another interval 01. number range is 1 to 1000. Say enter, save it. Okay, this is the number range we are maintaining for cash journal documents. Especially for cash journal documents, we are maintaining a number range here. So set up cash journal, we will do it in FBCJC0. So we'll go for FBCJC0 and say enter. In FBCJC0, we'll once check if there is any update for the company code Q1. No, it's not there. Go for the new entries, give the company code here and the CJ cash journal. We don't have it, so we'll give this cash journal also as Q1. Account number, so we need to create account number. So we already have a account number, cash journal account, and we have currency. The currency is INR, so we'll just simply type here INR. So if it's a cash journal is closed, you can just tick that. So cash journal name is Q1 cash journal. And document type which we have just now created is Q1. So let's give that document type here, Q1. Say enter. Ensure that the account 200 can only be posted to automatically. Okay, fine. Save. Just say okay. Now this is the configuration that we have done for the setup cash journal, and then we can create, change or delete bank transaction, business transactions. We can do it from FBCJC2. And here you can create a few more document types as well, the distribution type and all. So we have document type for GL account, we have maintained that. Okay, so coming back, we have FBCJC2, this new entries, Q1, business transaction, receipt from bank account, payment to bank account, payment from bank account, expense. I'll put it as expense because you are giving payment, so it will be like transaction classification, cash payments, GL account, this one is a GL account. Tax we don't have. A cash journal business transaction, Q1. Save it, say okay, then back. Here what we have is set up print parameters for cash journal. We have to do it in FBCJC3. Here we are going to maintain set up print parameters for cash journal. So for print parameters, go for new entries. Q1 is the company code, cash journal print program. So we need to give some standard program which will be already given to you while configuring. They will clearly give you what exactly is the print program that you have to give here, and the variant name if it is there. So we'll have different variants, and then we have payment notice and correspondence. What are the things that we have? Payment notice with line items, or customer statement, cash document, and we have to go for PDF form. Save. You can just say okay, and this has been done. And next what we have is extending withholding tax. Extending withholding tax is something which is related to tax. So we are just concentrating on the cash journal here in this particular video. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to discuss about the house bank configuration and also the creation of house bank and assign GL account in house banks. We are also going to discuss about the creation of check logs in this particular session. So let's begin with the creation of a account for house bank. Basically, as I discussed in the theory part, an house bank is a particular account that we create, which need not necessarily be attached to a bank account. It is an internal account which is considered as a house bank, and all the transactions, whatever payments that we are doing, we are doing it through the house bank. So here we have FS00 where we have to create the account, and as you all know, like we have to check the account groups in the OBD4, and we have here for this cash and bank balances, we have the account numbers from 2004001 to 2005000. So here we have taken 452 and then click on create cash and bank balances, balance sheets, and then we have house bank account and control data. In the control data we have only balances in local currency, and then we have line item display, sort key 001, say OK, and then creation of account, this one G001, say OK, save it, and then data was saved, data is saved now, and now we have created this account, and the account number we have here is 200452, and let's go ahead with the transaction code FI12, in which we have to go ahead with this FI12, and in the FI12 we have to create an account, and we will go for new entries, and in this we have, let's say I give it as Citibank, City, V City, so, and then we have the country as India. Bank key you can give anything, I'll give it as 5555555, okay, and just click on create, save it. Now house bank name is Citibank for reprocess. Street is, let's say Tarnata, Hyderabad. Bank branch is High-Tech City. Say OK, new entries, and in this we have to go for bank account, new entries. The moment I say new entries, it asks for account ID. We can give any account ID, City 1 or V City is what we want to keep it as account ID. House bank, bank account number. So a bank account number can be anything. I'll keep it as something like 565656, and then alternative account number is not mandatory, so I'm skipping this as of now here. And the GL account number that we have created just now, we have to mention it here. That's something like 200452 is what we have created now. House bank, this is the one which we created. We must link that particular GL account here. That's mandatory thing that we have. And then once it's been saved, save it and bank, and you can see that house bank is created and account ID is there, bank account is there. Come back, and just we have the address, we have the, if at all you have the EDI partner, and I mean like to exchange the information and all, we can go for this EDI. And then we have to go ahead with the creation of check accounts, check lots, FCHI. And this we have the house bank. House bank name is something like the V star. So V City, and then account ID is BBRO. Just click on enter, and then check lots. See what exactly the check lots do is like we have to create check lot for a particular checks. For example, if you have check numbers starting from 100 to 200, those are the check numbers. So we can give the check numbers here, and based on the check numbers we can assign the checks. Like if let's say there is a checkbook which has the numbers from 100 to 200, we are going to assign that check lots here. So let's create the check lots here now. FCHI. Now here we have to click on display change, create. Now here lot number I give it as 1. I'll give the lot number as 1. So we are giving the check lot number as 1 now, and the check number is we're starting from 100 and we want to close it by something like 200. We want to make it very simple. And if you want to give the next lot number, first of all you need to create it separately, like a lot number 2 we need to create, and then we need to enter it here. We can do it later as well. So ఇక్కడ short info is first lot, and say next lot we can give it here later, save it, back. So this is what we have here. So manual check updates is FCH5. So here this is a create check information, it's manually. So payment document number we can make it as 1, but the payment document number must be there. So I'm just giving a rough idea about this check number. Check number you can give it from the city. I'm doing check number as 100. Payment document number. So the payment document number has to be created in the documents. Whatever FB01L document, we have to create a payment document number, and for which we can make the payments. Okay, I think you have recently done invoice, right? Recently we have done an invoice. So we actually need to make a note of a document for which we have to make a payment. So if we take it from here actually, so then we have 2004. Okay, so here once we make give a document number for which we have to make a payment, this will work for FCFH5, which we will do it later. So display check register FCHN. So this paying company code is VPRO. House bank is city VCT. Account ID is bank key, bank account, check number, currency, and all these things we can give. So we are just register a check. Like if you want to register a check, particular check, we can make use of this concept, FCHN, and check issue and all. These things will be applicable when we are actually created a check, that we can creation of void reason code and all these things we can do it. So at this point of time, these are the things that we have covered. We covered the GL account creation, and then assigning the GL account to the house bank, and then we have creation of check lots. These are 3 things that we have done in this particular video, and then in the coming video we are going to discuss the remaining things. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to start the concept of accounts payable. Basically, as we discussed in the theory part, first of all let us create the reconciliation account, and then let us create the vendor in the XK01 transaction. This is what we are going to cover in this particular session. So when we are creating an account in the FS00, we have to make sure that the account number that we are giving is something which is there in the range that we have already taken in the OBD4. In the OBD4 we have something like TOIN, and here we have sundry debitors. So for sundry debitors, the range that we have is 2003012 to 200400. So let us take this as 200310. That is the account number that we are taking for the TOIN, and then click on the create. Now here let's select this as a balance sheet account, and here we'll say take it as sundry debitors. And sundry debitors, after that we have to give the description, like reconciliation account. You can give any description as you like. Go to the control data. In this, only balances in local currency might be selected. I am not selecting this at this point of time. Line item display, and here's the sort key. You can give anything. As of now, I'm giving it as vendor number. We can sort it based on the vendor number. And then the mandatory step that we have here, without which we cannot use this as a reconciliation account, is you have to select the reconciliation account of account type. We have to take it as vendors. This is a mandatory step. Without doing this, you will not be able to use this particular account as account number as a reconciliation account. Okay, let's go to the field status group, and in the field status group we are taking as G67 reconciliation account. Now the data has been saved. Now let's go to the XK01 transaction to create the vendor master. So for this, since the number range is internal, we are not giving the vendor number. Purchase organization, we are giving it as TOIN. Account group also we are getting TOIN because we have created it in that way. Okay, and as I discussed earlier, like we have created the we created the purchase group in OX08 transaction, and account groups we have created in the OBD3 transaction. Okay, now what happens here is account group, and just say enter. Now it will go to the next screen, and here we have MS, say Softech vendor. Now here we are going to write the name of the vendor. So here the country is mandatory, so I'll give it as IN. Now here you can give some street number 1. And then enter. And here, as I told you, the customer is optional. As of now, we are not filling it up. And here the country and bank key, whenever we create a bank key, bank account number of the vendor and all these things, we are going to add it here. And then the name, JH Softech India, and description, telephone number, all these things we can give, or enter. And here this reconciliation account and cash management group are mandatory. So reconciliation account, what we created right now is 2000310, and the cash management group, I am taking it as domestic payments. This is something which is given in the SAP standard, so we're just taking the domestic payments and just say enter. Okay, payment terms, if you want to give the payment terms, okay, there are different types of payment terms, like pay immediately or within 14 days 3% cash discount, within 30%. Okay, these are more relevant when we are paying out the amount for we are receiving the amount from the customer. But most of the times we might also have to configure this one in our vendor master, because sometimes what happens, vendor gives us some offers. Okay, if you pay this like this, there will be offer. So based on the offer that is given by the vendor, we are going to configure it here. Okay, and these are the various things. If we take 001, we have to pay the amount immediately to the vendor as soon as the goods come to the company. Okay, so now here tolerance group we can give it tolerance group is something which we create for the TOIN is what we have. So tolerance group, what exactly it does is the range of amount difference which can be accepted is what we are going to create in the account group. And then dunning procedure, as I told you, if you need any reminder, so this is 4-level dunning every 2 weeks, 4-level dunning every month. As I told you, it's a reminder to make the payments. So these are also SAP standards that we already have. We can also create our own dunning procedure, and we can use that dunning procedure here. Okay, so if I say 001, then it will be like reminding every week, every 2 weeks. Okay, right. and order currency is mandatory for us, and without creating this we will not be able to go ahead. So just take INR, or you can also choose it from the drop down INR. Say enter. Do you want to save? Yes. So this vendor 0014000108 has been created successfully in the TOIN. This is how we are going to create the vendor in the from the FICO point of view. But if you see the same thing from MK01, which is done by material management people, there is no involvement of financials there. They just create a vendor, that's it. So they don't have involvement of amount. Like for example, dunning is there. Dunning is actually made for payments. So anything related to amount will not be coming in the MK01 transaction. Okay, let us do that now. Let us see how material management people will do that. So it is always preferable or suggestible for external vendors, not for internal. External vendors, it is always suggestible to maintain that in the FICO, so that all the dunning, everything, all the reconciliation, bank details are mandatory for us, because without bank details we have maintained the vendor details, but we have to give the bank account, bank key and all those things we have to enter there. Now we have come to the MK01 transaction. In this, purchase group and account group are only mandatory, only the first two, and then enter, and then MS or MS. Now here we have IN. Order currency, that's it. So it didn't ask us the reconciliation account, neither it asked for the dunning procedure. Okay, we just say save, that's it. So this is how material management people will be able to create the vendor. But from the FICO point of view, we have lot of things related to finance. Okay na? So this is how we have created the vendor master. And for this, see, most of the times in the real time we might have to load hundreds of vendors which are already existing in the previous legacy system. Any system which is old system other than SAP is called legacy system, which was used previously by the customer. So in that legacy system, if you have 1,000 vendors or 1 lakh vendors, we are going to use a concept called LSMW, Legacy System Migration Workbench, to pick all the data into SAP. You don't have to fill it manually. No one has to fill it manually. Even the end users need not fill in the manually. Once we schedule the LSMW, automatically it will only create the records and it will only upload. Just we have to run it. So what exactly LSMW procedure will do is, it will pick that file and load it into our FICO system, ECC system. And we are going to cover that LSMW very full-fledgedly. Okay, legacy system migration workbench. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss the topic of accounts receivable, in which we are going to do the creation of customer group account groups, creation of number ranges for customer account groups, assign number ranges to customer account groups, creation of GL accounts, reconciliation accounts, creation of customer master, document types and number ranges. These are things that we have to do. And for that we basically have reconciliation account we need to create in FS00. So let me check the account groups in the OBD4 transaction. In the OBD4 transaction position, and then we have chart of accounts is generated. So let's take something like we need to take a particular account group which is related to sundry creditors. So then we have something like 101201. So I'll take it from there. FS00. Reconciliation for customers. Customer reconciliation account, and only done. Then we have only balances and local currency should not be selected. We have to select this reconciliation account as customers reconciliation account. Then we need to go ahead with the line items, and then we have to go ahead with the 0001, and then we have to go ahead with the G067. Save it. before creating the customer master, we need to create a sales organization, and that sales organization we need to create in OVX5, in which we'll go ahead with the JHIN. Static currency PNI. So this was a JHIN is the sales formation that we created, and in this we have to go ahead with the what we call XP01, go for XP01, and in this we go for the company code as JHIN, and sales formation is also JHIN. Okay, so we need to assign this JHIN to the company code JHIN. So we'll go for OVXP. So OVXP is the one which we have to do here. So let's note of this, and we go for OVXP, and in this we need to assign. So first let's select the company code here. The company code that we have given is JHIN. So we have to assign this sales organization. We have assigned it, save it, and then once we assign the sales organization to the company code, then we will go ahead and recreate the customer. So we are given the account group here and company code, and say enter, and Mr. Home, and then we have search from this Hyderabad, street number 1, house number 1, control data. Okay, we have India here, say enter, control data, payment data. All these are not mandatory. What's the most mandatory thing that we have right now here is that in the company code data we have something called reconciliation account, and this is what we need to select here and click on save. XP01, OBE7 and MPN1 we have to create document type in order. OBE7 which are already there. So standard document types are already there for the customer payments or customer accounts receivable. So those are customer payments. So we have customer payments reset. So for this we already have a number range called 14. We just need to go and maintain the number range for JHIN intervals. And this we already have the 14 being maintained here. If you give it as external, we have to give a number, but as of now we are not giving it like that. So we have back. Then what we have here is we have to go ahead with the okay, we have this OBS and LTN, we have done that. So posting of customer invoice we'll do it in F-22. This customer invoice. So this is the end user job. So whatever customer invoice we are creating right now is an end user job. So end users normally create the documents, so we don't do that. But as a consultant, we should be able to know, we should be able to create that on our own as well. So we have just one customer created here. We have that, and DR is the number range that we have for the customer invoice. And for DR, we need to maintain the number range called 18, which we don't have. So I'll go back to FDN1 again. Go back to FDN1. Intervals 18, 2016, and let's create from 80012 to 9. So okay, save. We'll go for 800 to 900. So this is what is the number range that we created now here, and we'll go back here and then say enter. Now here we need to go for amount, something like 1500. Save. We need to give this as 40, and let's see what is the account that we have created in JHIN. JHIN, we have the cash account or GL account for cash. That is same impact. Save. Save. Okay. This is 01 and 04. Both have become what you call for credit. Debit has to be there. So for the debit, okay, this is debit. So I need to go for 50 credit. So I'll create a credit account here, and that is cash account. Cash account, and just say enter, and I'll give this amount as 3000 because we have two debits. Save it. And once it's been done, we'll go ahead with the we'll be successfully creating the customer invoice. Now posting incoming payments, we'll do it in F-28. Even for this, we need to have a particular number range which we have to go ahead. Let's go for F-28 now. F-28. In this we have account, or you can give it as something like payment account. Cash maintain, as I told you, posting incoming payments we can do it only once we have a requirement that the customer has to pay. Only then we will do that. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss about the credit management. In this, we have maintain credit control area, that is OB45. We'll start with that, and we'll do the configurations required for credit management. Basically, for customers to give a credit, this credit management will be of great help. In fact, like this is the base on which we can provide the uh, credit to a customer. Like there'll be, you can give the services and uh, give the services or products up to a certain extent of cost. So if let's say if a customer is eligible for up to 10 lakhs of rupees of services or products, you can give up to it without money. So that is, and based on the customers rapport, we are going to decide how much credit limit we are going to have for each customer. So let's go first to the transaction group OB45. OB45. So in the OB45, we'll go for credit control area. We'll give the credit control area as GHIN and currency is INR, and update, no update from documents, and fiscal year variant. We will give the fiscal year variant as JH, and we'll just save it. So like this. Now you have successfully saved this credit control area, and once we create a credit control area, we can also mention the risk management credit limit. Credit limit is like, let's say we can give up to something like something like 10 lakhs. Okay, just save. And then we have assign company code to credit control area OB38. So we'll go to the OB38 now, and in this I will go for position JHIN, and for this the credit control area is also JHIN. Save, say OK, and then we'll go ahead with the define credit risk categories OB01. So credit risk category OB01. OB01 credit risk categories. So we'll go for new entries, and then we have credit risk categories, say something like 555, and credit control area is JHIN, and name is JHS Infotech credit category. So just say save, say OK. Now what we are going to do is define accounting clerk groups, OB02, OB02, OB02. So then we have define accounting clerk groups, credit representative groups, OB02. So let's go for that, and we'll go for, obviously we will not have any details. We will not have any entries for this because we have not created yet. So we'll give credit control group, we'll give it as JHI, because we'll give it, we can give only 3 letters here. So JHIN. So this is JHIN credit control group. Say OK, save, and then we have something like define credit representatives, assign employee to credit representative groups OB51. So we'll be back. OB51. We will have define credit representatives. We have to assign an employee to credit representative groups. We'll do it OB51. So in this we'll go for new entries, and this credit representative, we have all this credit representative IDs. So we have JHI, select that, and function and name of the person's number, function, and all these things we can give. Say enter. So function. As of now, we are keeping it blank because we don't want to assign it to a particular person. So if we keep it blank, it will be like you can assign it to anyone. So I'm just saving it back. But later point of time, in the real time, whenever we give the person's number or function key and person's number, automatically their details will come here. So we need to configure those things, and then we can put it here for the communication. So now here we have define intervals for days in areas for credit management, OB39. So OB39. So how many days we can give the credit, that also have to be entered. So in the first step we assigned how much amount we can assign, and now we are assigning how much time we can give the credit for. Okay, so now here OB39, so we'll go for OB39 in this new entries, this initial time, say like I'll take something like this one, new entries. Now here we'll go for JHIN. So 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 100 days, 150 days. These are the maximum days that we have cash discount. Just save, back. So these are the things that we have. These are the things that we have in the credit management. Back. That's it. Now we are going to go ahead with the asset accounting. Asset accounting is what we have to do it in the next video. The next video will have the asset accounting details. So this is something which is the end of the accounts receivable configurations. Hello everyone, I'm Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to focus more on dunning process. Dunning is a process of notifying the customer regarding payments. Dunning can also be defined as the correspondence involving credit control and interest calculations, specifically with the customers. In this dunning, the SAP financial accounting component is delivered with the dunning procedure and all further specifications for dunning. So check whether you can use the predefined settings or whether you have to make changes. So assign the required dunning procedures and areas if used, required for your business partners. So how do we do the dunning? We make phone calls, we can send the messages to the customer, or you can send emails, you can send letters or write-offs as well. And these are the transaction codes that we are going to make use of for defining dunning areas, OB61, dunning procedures, FBMP, assign dunning procedures in customer XT02, sale invoice postings F-22, and dunning procedure dunning F-150 program. This is the process that we have here, and in this slide we can just check out like what exactly is the procedure. We have dunning program. Whenever we run the dunning program, it goes back and picks up all the data based on the credit control data, and based on the credit control data it picks up all the data, all the information about the payments that have to be made, for which we have to remind the customer, and automatically it sends printouts or PDFs or emails, whatever is the procedure that we have kept upon. The dunning run creates a dunning proposal which can be edited, deleted and recreated as often as it is necessary. If desired, the dunning run can all directly and automatically be followed by the printing of dunning notices. The edit of the dunning proposals would therefore be skipped. Now what happens is, when we schedule a program to run and it has to run it on a particular day, then automatically it runs that program and we will be able to edit run that, and we will be able to see the data. So if desired, the dunning run can directly and automatically be followed by the printing of dunning notices. So you can assign it in such a way that you can design it in such a way that when the dunning program runs, automatically it also has to also has to send the notices as well. That also can be processed via emails or whatever. The editing of the dunning proposals would therefore be skipped. So as a general rule, receivables are due at the net due date. So you can prevent customer invoices from dunning. There are two ways to do it. So you can enter a dunning block in the item, then the system puts this item on the blocked items list, and this item is not included in the dunning notice. You can enter a dunning block in the customer master. In such case, the system does issue a dunning notice to all these accounts. So there is a procedure of avoiding the dunning and also initiating the dunning. So we are going to see at the configuration level. So here on the screen, whatever we are able to see here, dunning level. So in this a limited dunning procedure has 3 dunning levels, and normally we can also go for 4 dunning levels, and we can go for after how many number of days should we give that dunning procedure. I mean, like when it has to be initiated, when should be the first dunning should happen, when the second dunning should happen, when the third dunning should happen. We have to mention it here. And then we have the print program for the dunning procedure. If one time customers are done, the dunning data is only updated in the items. Dunning notices are printed in a sequence defined by sort criteria. So reporting and all. Okay, so now we'll come back to the configuration part. Let's get back to the configuration part. As I discussed earlier, we have standard procedures that we have to follow for dunning. We need to have the configurations here. Okay, we don't have it here. So these are the transaction codes that we will make use of. Dunning areas OB61. Let's create the dunning areas now. OB61. This is where we are going to create the dunning areas. So let's create a new area. So we need to have the company code. Company code is VPRO. Area is something like VP. The dunning area VP already exists, I guess, because we have just created that. VO. So one entry chosen. I just click on save. Dunning notices are not yet been saved. So we have to give the dunning notices. Definitely we'll do that. So we have saved it. Now OB61, we just created a dunning area called VO, and we have to define the dunning procedures in FBMP transaction. We can do all these things through the in a path as well. So new procedure, we have dunning procedure is VPRP. Dunning procedure. Dunning intervals. How many dunning interval in days? So dunning interval in days is something like, I'll put it as 10. So after every 10 days, dunning has to happen. This is what is I am scheduling. Number of dunning levels. Number of dunning levels is 4. I'll give it as 4. Something you can give any number of dunning levels. Max you can give it 9. Okay, total due item from dunning level. So total due item from dunning level, items say at least 1. Minimum days of areas. After 1 day also, 1 day we are starting the payment, starting the dunning procedure. 1. Okay, so let's go for standard transaction or dunning special. Standard transaction. Okay, dunning levels, dunning special GL transaction is not needed now. Dunning level, dunning even for credit account balance. So even if they have taken the goods on the credit account, even then we want to do the dunning. We want to remind them about the payment. Okay, so if you uncheck this, whoever has taken the goods on the dunning on the credit level, credit basis, will not get this dunning procedure. Okay, then we have to save it, and then we have to go for this dunning levels. The dunning levels are 4, right? So we have to schedule the dunning levels in the dunning levels. So since we have taken the gap as 10 days, after every 10 days the reminder will go to the customer. So we are taking first day, because yesterday, let's say yesterday is the due date, and today we are reminding them about the dunning, and again we will remind at the 11th day, 21st day, so on and so on. So do you want to calculate the interest? Initially we don't want to calculate the interest, but after 30 days, after 31 days, if the payment is still not done after 30 days, you will calculate the interest. So this is what happens here. So always done. So print parameters. Do you want to print? Always done. Okay. So print all items. You want to print anything, you can check this and you can print accordingly. But as of now we are not checking it. Just say enter, and you can also go for dunning texts. Dunning text for VPRO. So we can go for dunning texts. Company code is VPRO. So we don't have the dunning text here. So new company code VPRO, say OK, and in that the dunning text also we are taking as VPRO. Dunning by dunning area, or separate notice per dunning level. So separate notice per dunning level means we have to maintain different text per different levels. No, back VPRP. Now minimum amounts, for how much minimum amounts do you want it to be sent? INR. So we have everything in the INR. First dunning level, we want to send it only if the minimum amount is at least 100. Below 100 we don't want to do the dunning procedure at all. So minimum interest, we are going to put a 0 here. Minimum amount of interest 0. Now 2000 0 minimum interest percentage, we are 10%. 3000 10%. Okay, so minimum amount for interest is 10, and minimum percentage. So here percentage gets calculated. So 10% of 1000 rupees is somewhere around 100 rupees. So 100 rupees will be deducted or charged extra. We also have to maintain it for 4. If you don't maintain for 4, again it will be a problem, because we have scheduled or we have assigned 4 levels of dunning. So for all the 4 levels of dunning, we need to mention these dunning amounts, how much should be there. More than 10,000, we have 10%, and we'll take legal actions against them after the 4th level of procedures. Say OK. Charges, like how much dunning charges you want to put. So that is the amount that we want to charge, but 1000, from amount 1000 we are charging the dunning charges 1 rupee. Percentage we are not giving. Either of these two should be given. If you give both, it will give you an error. I'll just show you that. I'll just keep it like this and show you. So what it says, input must be in the format that one. Okay, I'll just remove this. It will accept now. Okay, so either this or that you have to mention. If I mention both, it will give an error. It says either specify a dunning charge or percentage. Either of these two have to be mentioned. Both cannot exist. Say enter. 4. Then dunning text. Dunning text, what we want to mention. 1. The dunning procedure for VPRO, that is VO, from Dunning form and all. We can select a Dunning form which is already there, Dunning form. So this Dunning form we are assigning at the first level. So this Dunning forms are standard, and this will be mentioned to you. This will be issued to you. This will be informed to you. Okay. There's another form here, Dunning 01. 3 PO Dunning 03, 4 VO Dunning 04, enter, back, save it. Now this entire Dunning procedures are been loaded here. Now once it's been done, the Dunning procedures have been maintained. Assign Dunning procedure to customer master. This is a very important step here. XD02 is for changing the customer. So let's check what are the customer we already have created. I'll just say VPRO star F4. We just want to check what are the customers we created. We created just one customer here, 301311, and in this customer we have to assign that Dunning procedure. Whatever Dunning procedure that we have used now, we have assigned now, that should be assigned. So in this will be there in the company code data. Just go to the company code data and correspondence. In the correspondence we have Dunning procedure. This is where you need to access your Dunning procedure. So what is the Dunning procedure that we have? VPRO, VPRP. So select this and enter and save. Say changes have been made, say okay, this has been done. Now it's been saved, everything has been saved now. So this is the concept of maintaining the Dunning. Now sales invoice posting, this is a document. Actually we can post any number of documents, and then when we post a document and after the due date is over, then we can initiate the Dunning run. Dunning run we can do it in F-F150. So our focus in this video was to create the Dunning procedures and assign it to the customer master. That's it. So remaining things we can see it in the next video. So this is about the Dunning procedure. Hello everyone, I'm Aditya here from Softech. So in this session we are going to discuss the topics of defined divisions, defined sales organization, defined distribution channels, defined shipping points, assign business areas to plant valuation area and division, assign sales organization to company code, assign distribution channels to sales organization, assign division to sales organization, set up sales area, assign sales organization distribution channel to plant. So these are the first 10 topics that we are going to do in this video, and in the further configurations of SD part of FI, SD FI integration we are going to do in the next video. So let's start off with the defined divisions. For this we need to go into a transaction OVXB. I'm going into OVXB now. In the OVXB click on this new, and then we have VP. This can be only two words, so we process SD division, save, back, and then we'll go ahead with the defined sales organization OVX5. OVX5. OVX5 we are creating a new organization VPRO. And statistics currency we can give it as INR. Okay, save. We can give addressing text Mr. Hari. IN, say okay. data was saved, back. Then we'll go ahead with the sales organization VPRO was created. Distribution channel OVXI. Here also we are going OVXI is for distribution channel, and in this we are going to go for new entries. Here also I am keeping it as distribution channel, and also I am keeping it as VP. So we process distribution channel. Save. Say OK. Back. And then we have OVXD, defined shipping points. OVXD. So we can have multiple shipping points. So I'm creating one shipping point. This also we take as shipping point as we process shipping point. Factory calendar and so we process, yes, and then we have to go ahead with the assign business area or to plant valuation area and division OMJ7. OMJ7. So plant division. New entries. VPRO is already there. Division VP is already there. Business area VPRO is already there. Say enter. And then what are we doing here is we are just assigning the plant to the business area. That's all. Say OK. It's been assigned. And then we are going ahead with the division. So come back. Valuation area division. So we are assigning the valuation area or division. We are assigning it here. So for that, new entries. VPRO, VP, VPRO again. So we have the valuation area, and valuation area we are assigning it to business area. Say OK. Back again. So plant valuation area division. So new entries. So we have VP, VPRO, VP, VPRO. Say enter. Okay. Okay, an entry already exists with this. Okay, so we already have this. Since we have already created this plant valuation areas, we already defined it. So there's no need to define it right now here. It's already been done. Then we will go for OVX3. So assign sales organization to company code. OVX3. OVX3, where we have here OVX3 is assign sales organization to company code. Assign sales organization to company. So we have sales organization. So we have our company code is here. We just need to assign. We have to select this, tick mark this and assign, and then we have to select this sales organization is already there, so just select this. Now what happens is we are assigning this sales organization to our company code. If you just come up, so this is company and this is a sales organization. Back. Then we have assign distribution channel to sales organization OVXK. OVXK. Now in this we have the company code. Here this is the company, so select this, assign, and in this we have lot of distribution channels, in which we have also created our own distribution channel called VP. So we can select that, and we can select other things also, like we have direct sales, we have factory sales, we have direct sales again, So we have many things. We can select this here, save it, okay, back, and then assign division to sales ordination OVXA, OVXA. So in this we again go to we can select, we'll choose the VPRO here. This is our VPRO. Select this, assign. So we can select a lot of sales ordinations here. We already created our own sales ordination as well here. That was VP. So we have VP SD division, and we have services, we have SP post, we have lot of other things here which are already been created. We can have cross division, we can have pumps, motorcycles, and no matter how many sales ordinations you want to put under this plant, you can do that. Lighting, spurts, elevators, high-tech city services, all these things you can put. Any number of sales ordinations can be kept under one particular company. So once we have done this, we'll go back and we have to come to the setup sales area OVXG. So in this we have to set up the sales area. So sales area also we'll first select, we'll search for VPRO, and once we have this, we'll go for assignment, assign VP, direct sales, factory sales, direct sales. Okay, so just save it, confirm, say okay, back, and then we have to go ahead with the assign sales ordination distribution channel to plant OVX6. So this is the transaction for assigning sales ordination to distribution channel. So we have to go for control of VPRO, and we have VPRO sales ordination. We have lot of sales ordinations assigned to VPRO. So I'm selecting some 01 sales ordination, direct sales. Select this, we select this, assign, and we can assign all these distribution channels. So for every sales ordination there can be distribution channels. So we have lot of distribution channels, in which we also created our own distribution channel called V process. So other than this, we can also select a lot of other distribution channels which are already existing. Like for example, we have Hamburg, we have WRK, New York, and then we have Berlin, we have Paris, New York, Chicago. These are all the things that we can have here. Say okay. 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 So 001 is something which is already a part of another company code, it seems. So that's the reason we are not taking this. Basically these are all not assigned to the these are not assigned to our company. So I just uncheck this, because since these are not assigned to our company code, we are not able to post it. I'll just take VP here. Wipro, say okay. This is done. Save it. Okay, this has been done. Now if you can see this, for this sales ordination, this has been done. Plant has been created. Save. Come back. This has been done. So assign business area to plant and division OVF0. OVF0. Here we have to assign the business area to the organizational unit. So we have business area to plant and division. So business area to plant and division. So go for new entries. I'll go for VPRO. Division is VP. VPRO. This has already been done actually. Actually, we have already done this part. So we don't have to do this now, because just now we have completed this concept. And then we have something called assign shipping point to plant OVX6. Okay. OVXC. Let's check whether if we already done that. OVXC. Shipping point. Let's check out for VPRO. Have we done the shipping point? No, we have not done shipping points, so we'll take the shipping points as of now we are assigning only one shipping point, which we have assigned here, VPRO. We've created a shipping point called VPRO. This is a shipping point. We select other ones. Yeah, we have created two shipping points here. Back. Then we have define and assign pricing procedure, OVKK. Define and assign pricing procedure, OVKK. New entries. Sales organization is VPRO. Distribution channel is VP. This is also VP. Document procedures. Okay, this pricing procedure we have not done. Define tax determination rules, OVK1. So these remaining things we'll do it in the next visit. So we're creating tax determination, tax categories, new entries. We'll go for new entries and tax count. Tax count, if we already have a tax count, that's a tax country, we are going to take this here. We already have a tax country as India, IN. So just select this, and for this we can have the sequence as one size tax category. You can select from the existing tax categories, and we can assign it to a tax category here. Sales tax, you can just select this and click save, and then we can have this, we can maintain the sales tax here, and after this we need to assign it to the new entries, and we have to assign it to VPRO plant, VPRO, and then we have to go for country code is IN, and city code is you can select any city code, we can keep blank now. India tax code, country code, we don't have India, I guess. Here we have to create that. Hello everyone, in this session we are going to discuss the next part of the SDFI integration. In the first video we have discussed till the 13th step, and in this we are going to go for OVK1, that's tax determination rules, and then we are going to assign delivering plans to tax determination, and we're going to define two number ranges, 48 and 49 in the FBN1, and we are going to assign shipping points. So these are the things that we have to do now, and for that we have OVK1, and OVK1 is the transaction for tax category. This will go for new entries, and tax country, need to select this. Tax country is India, the sequence is 1, tax category is something like input tax, country sale tax. You can just save it. Okay, it's already exists. Sequence, in this sequence already exists, so we'll take the sequence as 2 on request. So we have saved this, and then we have to go for assign delivery plans to tax determination OX10. This will go to the plant VPRO. So for VPRO we have already maintained it. We already maintained for this plant the tax determination. So here we have the tax certification here and a calendar here. So here country code we can give we have the tax certification here. So once we assign the country code, defined regional codes, basic functions, sales and distribution, and region codes. Select this. Actually, we are maintaining the tax category in the OVK1 transaction. We have already maintained for India as WUSD. And let's come back. And then we have to go for FBN1. So let's go to the FBN1 transaction. And here our company code is VPRO. So let's go for intervals, and in the intervals we'll click on the intervals, and in this we are going to go for 48 and 2016, and the number range, whatever is the available number range, we'll take that. We'll have 10,000, say OK, and then we have to go for another number range, that 49 and 16, 2001 to 1000, say OK, save, say OK, OK. So OLB2, assign shipping point, OLB2, OVL2. Shipping determination, we go for new entries, and in this we have the shipping determination. We have created we can create a shipping point, so we are going for standard one, large group. We have green, we have plant. The plant that we have here is BPRO, is the plant that we created actually. Prior shipping point BPRO, and shipping point BPRO again, and shipping point. I'm just saying save. Shipping points have been saved, so that, like, there can be multiple shipping points maintained for one particular plant. So let's create GL accounts. There we have to create a GL account for raw material consumption, for sales. Where for these two we have to create the GL accounts, and let's create it from FS00. In FS00, let's create a GL account for raw material consumption. So for that, let's check the OBD4 for the category, account category. So in this is for the raw material, so I'll take it as inventory 200201. Okay, so inventory 200. So the inventory balance sheet account. Here we are creating the raw material consumption, control data. We have balances only in local currency, line 01. Here field status is G001. Save it. Now we need to create one more account for the sales account. Okay, let's create a sales account and then move on to the creation of still in the process. Now let's create another GL account in FS00 20010. Create control data, create sheet account, inventory. Here we'll create a sales account, control data, balance line item. Okay, next we have creation of finished goods material master MM01. So in the sales, the finished goods needs to be updated in MM01, and creation of customer master we are going to do it in XD01. So MM01. So we already created a couple of material. Industry sector is beverages, and here we have material type as VPRO. Say OK. Basic data, selecting the basic data, material is already maintained, 400. Plant is VPRO, storage location also VPRO, say OK. We have this data. Material already exists, with will be extended. If at all, if it is existing, it will be extended. That's what it means, and it's already been created now. Now. So purchasing group we can take it as utilities. MRP type is M1. PD. Okay. MRP controller is VPRO, because we have created only one controller, MRP controller. Okay. Lot size is something around 10 each. I mean, like, it's a bundle collection of 10. Okay. Whatever material is there, it's a combination of 10. Only when we have 10, it will be bundled out to the outside the company. So this is like that, lot size. Okay. 2-day lot size, 3-day. Okay, 2-day lot size is what is selected. Okay, MM01. Actually, I selected the material related things, so that's the reason 101. I'm creating one more material. So we created it with some other details, so we can go through these things and we can create n number of materials with various parameters. 8171 is created, so we'll go ahead with the XD01. XD01 is for customer master. XD01. So in the XD01 we need to enter the material details. Say enter account group we can do PPRO. We'll give Mr. IN. Hi, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to assign material to pricing procedure PR00. So first of all we need to create the customer master here, and then we need to create assign the material to pricing procedure, to assign general ledger accounts and set up partner determination. These are the things that we have to do now. So let's start off with the XD01. XD01. XD01 is for customer master data. So for that we have the customer, and then we have sales organization. Sales organization is VPRO. Distribution channel we have taken it as VP, and division we have taken it as VP again. Say enter. So we have company code, we have Mr. Aaron, HOD, number 1, control data, country is India, control data. So if the customer is also a vendor, we need to enter this, otherwise we just need to ignore. Payment transaction, marketing, unloading points, extra export data, and contact person, all these things are there. So we just need to click on company code data. In the company code data we must mandatorily enter the reconciliation account. This is a reconciliation account that we created for the customers. So this is the only reconciliation account we created for the customers. So you just need to save it and say enter and save it. So that customer has been created. So if you can just see 11 customer number 11 has been created for the transaction code for the company code VPRO. So we created successfully created a customer master here. Assign material to pricing procedures PR00 and MWST. So we are going for VK11 transaction. In the VK11 transaction we are going to assign the material to pricing procedures. So I am considering AMIW, minimum sales order. I'm having these sales organization details. This is a bulk buyer or new customers. I'm going for bulk buyers. The amount is something like 10,000. Units is 100, 20, 10. Versus volume valid from 19th to 26th. Enter. So we are creating the minimum sales order valuation condition, that's assigned material to pricing procedures. Currency, yeah, this is unit INR, save it. So the condition records are saved. Back, and this we have assigned general ledger accounts, VKOA, this general, so here whatever are the application condition types that we have, for that we can assign account number. So I'm creating a new condition type here. Let's create new entries, and in this we have application type is purchasing, or this is for the sales, right? So sales and distribution V, and condition type we are selecting it from the existing ones. KOFK, this is for account determination with controlling. Chart of accounts is VPRO. VPRO is a chart of accounts. Sales ordination is also VPRO. GL account, we have created a couple of GL accounts, so let's select one GL account, cash account, okay? Or you can also go for sales account. There is something called sales account. Save, say okay, data was saved. Back, okay. This data was saved now here, and then we'll go ahead with the setup partner determination. So that is what we need to do now. So in VKOA, if you observe in VKOA, there are these kind of account determination we need to do for customer, group material, group account key, and all these things also we need to configure. So customer account group also configure. We normally did it for GL account. We did it for the specifically for GL account. So here we can assign account for each of these things. No, GL accounts will take specifically for this. Chart of accounts we need to give it as chart of accounts, we need to give it as, no, this is a CCA, we have to give a new entries then. So the application is sales and distribution, and in this condition type is account determination with controlling. Chart of accounts is our VPRO, we need to assign it specifically for VPRO, and sales org is also VPRO. So account assignment, domestic revenues, account key, GL account, you can give some GL account here, cash account, say OK, save, and back, and back. Now here we have this, and goods receipts for initial start, MB1C, goods receipt for initial start. Okay, setup partner determination, we need to go through the path SPRO. This is setup partner determination. We go for SAP reference IMG, and in this sales and distribution we have system internal sales enterprise services, configure ADI partners, baddies. Okay, I'll show you. So the transaction code for partner functions would be VOPA, in which we are going to determine the partner function details. Like there are various customers, all the customers are considered as a partners here. And if we have sales document details, all the sales document details are here, all these things are here. Now what are we going to do right now is we're going to go ahead with the goods receipt for initial start MB1C, and this moment type is PPR. Moment type is these are the various moment types that we have. These are the standard moment types that we have. So let's take returns from customers. Let's say we have returns from customers. Plant is VPRO. Storage location is also VPRO. Enter. Okay, so the posting date are restricted. Actually, we need to extend the posting dates for this 2015, because VPRO we have only that particular fiscal year, I believe. We need to maintain for 2016 as well. So we need to change the posting period here. We need to change the posting period VPRO. So for this we need to change this as this one, but this should be 16. This also should be 16. Save. Okay, it all set back. Now once it's been done, we will be able to do the posting here. MB1C. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to discuss about the to FI integration part. In this initially we are going to do all the basic settings which are basically done from the side, and then we are going to go ahead with the integration part, that is creation of GL account, creation of material master, vendor master, group together valuation areas, define valuation classes, account grouping, and automatic postings is what we need to do. And then we'll also do this basic stuff which is done by the end users of the department, like creation of purchase order, receipt against purchase order, invoice verification, and payment order. So let's start off with the basic configurations which are done by the side. So let's start with the defining of the plant. So for that we have to go to OX10 transaction, and we just need to click on the create VPRO process at plant, and then we have country code is India. We can select it from the drop down. So right now we don't have a country code here. The country code which we are supposed to do here is IN. City is something like HYD. So we keep it blank because we need to create those things, and we just need to save it. And here we have Mr. or we can go for MS John Deere, and we can fill up all these things. Street number, India, save, and then create. No, actually we already have a request, own request. Search for process. It's been saved. Now come back. Name to also we can give it for that. Back. We'll go for the location OIAS. That's location. We are going to maintain the location here in the OIAS transaction. Then OX09 we are going to maintain the storage location, maintain purchase organization OX08. So we have here OIAS. This we have to go for new entries, and this the plant name is VPRO, location is VPRO LO, local storage location. Then we have to give the storage location details also. Search term is HYD. Field number 1 0 India. Just say OK, and the storage location is also successfully created in OIAS transaction. Save yes. OK, and then we'll go ahead with the maintain storage location, that is OX09 transaction. OX09 transaction, maintain storage location. So here we have VPRO is the associated plant here. So in this we have the address location. Click on new entries, and here the storage location is VPRO. This is storage, and we can create multiple storage locations actually. Just click on save. So we have created a storage location. We have created location. We have created storage location OX09. That's been done. Then we'll go ahead with the OX08, maintaining purchase organization. So for purchase organization, click on this new entries. In this VPRO, this is purchase organization. Save it. Okay, so VPRP is what we'll select as the purchase organization, because purchase organization is already existing with that name. So please remember the VPRP was the purchase organization for us. So just say OK. Later on we can go for position, and we can also search for VPRO. So VPRO is already there. Now we need to go for assign plant to company code, that is OX18. Assign plant to company code. So in this we go for new entries, and company is VPRO, plant is VPRO again, and assign, and click on save. Say OK, then come back. So we have successful. Yes, do you want to change? Yes. And after assigning the assign plant to company code, we just need to go for assign purchasing organization to company code OX10. So we'll go for OX10. Sorry, OX01, assign purchasing organization to company code OX01. Say OK. And in this, click on the position, check for VPRO. For VPRO and VPRP, for both, we have not assigned the company code. So let's assign the company code here. There can be two plants as well. So let's search for the VPRO company code, because our company code is VPRO. Here also we can put it as VPRO. Say enter, save, say OK, back. Now once this VPRO is done, assign purchasing organization to plant OX17. So let's assign the purchase organization to the plant OX17. And this new entries, purchasing organization is VPRO, plant is also VPRO. So let's assign that here, save. And we can also go for VPRP as well. So we have done VPRP purchasing organization also, that also we are assigning it to plant VPRO only. We can do it like that. So we can have multiple purchase organizations into one particular plant. So then we have define attributes of material types OMS2. OMS2. There are different types of materials, like we have categories, like we have waste, we have samples, we have compatibles, we have coupons, we have services, we have spare parts, we have a lot of things. So let's assume one more type of material type. So click on new entries, select this, click on new entries. Okay, so we need to copy the existing one. So we just have to copy it like this, because new entries has not been accepted here. So then material type, let us go for JHS, all VIP material, say OK. And quantity updating, value update, pipe mandatory, pipe allowed, all these things we can just manipulate this data later, but we just have this copied from there. Just say enter. Number of independent entries which has been copied is 191. Just say OK, and JHS is a material type that got created, and for this all these material types, all these sub topics have been loaded here. Now let's go ahead. Do you want to save changes? Yes. Say OK. Once it's been done, you have to go for maintain computer codes for material management, which maintain company codes for material management, OMSY. So I am into OMSY transaction now, in which we are going to assign the company to the company codes to the material management. So we'll go ahead and click on this company code VPRO. For this we need to give the year, 2016 and 12 periods is 12 periods we are giving the 12 periods. 2016 is the fiscal year. We took the year as 2015 and saved it, and because that is already maintained, so we'll fix up for 2016 as well later. Set tolerance limits for price variances, it is OMR6. So let's go to the OMR6 transaction, and in the OMR6 transaction we are going to maintain the tolerance. So you already know that tolerance means the difference of amount which we can manage. For example, if the product is been selling for 60 rupees, we can still sell it if the product falls to 56 rupees or raises to 64 rupees. So maybe like we have some variance, 8% or 10% of the variance is what is acceptable. So that is called tolerance. So we are going to go ahead with the tolerance now. OMR6. So here we are setting the tolerance here, new entries. The tolerance name is VPRO, and then we have save, non request. Say OK, and the tolerance group for this is like, let's say do not check or check limit. Check limit is like, if I given as 10% is the lower limit, and the higher limit is 10%. So what it means is, if at all the product is costing us 100 rupees, we can still make a business, or we can still do the transaction until the product cost falls to 90 or raises to 110. Beyond that, we will not be able to do the transactions. We need to take the approvals or make the required changes. So it is for restricting our transactions to a certain limit. So we are setting up the tolerance for this. And with this, we complete the creation of setting up the tolerance groups for the price variance. And there are some defined plant parameters, and then we have set tolerance limits for goods receipt, OMCO. From this steps, we are going to do it in the next video. So in this video, we have covered the first 10 steps of the basic configuration. So going forward, in the next video, we are going to discuss about the remaining next 10 configurations, and then we are going to start for the integration part between the. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to continue the and to FI integration. In the previous video, we have already done the first 10 steps of configuration, and now we are going to go for define plant parameters, for which the transaction code is OMI8. So we'll go to OMI8, create, and here we are going to go for VPRO and create. So we're creating the plant parameters here. Say OK. So we go to maintain, and here we have to maintain all these things in the plant parameters. So we'll go for number ranges. Number ranges we have to maintain for the planned orders, reservation dependent requirements, purchase requisitions, MRP lists, simulative department requests. So as of now, we'll go for the planned orders. So if you want to create a planned order, then we have to give some number range here. So I'm taking it from 0012 some 1000. Orders. 01, say enter, save. We have number range 1, back. Reservations and dependents or MRP list similar to department request. In similarly, we have to maintain for all these number ranges. Only when we maintain the number ranges, we can maintain the reservations or dependent requirements or purchase or requisitions and this stuff like that. So just come back. Then we have MRP data, MRP controllers. In this we go for new entries, and then we have the plant, VPRO, and MRP controller. We just need to select it from here. So the plant, telephone number I can give randomly, like business area is VPRO, profit center is also VPRO. So we have just saved it, VPR controller. Process the controller, save, back. MRP controllers has been maintained. Special procurements, if you want to do some special procurements, we need to maintain it here. And then planned orders, since we are doing all the maintenance for the planned orders, in number ranges also we are maintained for planned orders. Here in planned orders we have conversion, planned order to purchase requisition. In this we have to go for some number of planned orders, 01, save. Number of planned orders, we can just go for 100, back. And then we have reporting time, runtime statistics. Reporting time frequency is something like 1, display list, save. We have maintained this. Then external procurement, to maintain planning run external procurement. So we are procuring the material from external procurement. So purchasing time is some 10 days. Sub purchasing group, if you have it, you can select it from here, or you can keep it blank as well. So here we have unknown assignment. Unknown account assignment is third party. Say enter. So U, consumption is U. So U actually stands for unknown. So just need to put it as unknown account assignment, and then we just need to save it. So we have saved it, back again. So we have maintained the external procurement. In the similar way, we have to also do the rescheduling. If you want to do the rescheduling also, we have to do it. So rescheduling, planning run is rescheduling. If you want to reschedule, then we have something called reschedule firmed planned orders. We can reschedule. We can also reschedule production order. We can also reschedule fixed order. In this way, we can reschedule whatever we want to reschedule. We can select it and we can maintain that, and we have maintained that now. And then we have planning horizon, available stocks, error handling, and item number, and start in pasts. All these things we have. So aggregation, MRP lists we can maintain, and reporting also. Reporting statistics is already been by default maintained. We just need to come out of it and back, and then we have to go ahead with the set tolerance limits for goods receipt, OMCO, OMC0. So in OMC0, you just need to go for new entries, and tolerance key, we are giving the tolerance key. We have the tolerance key as VP, moving average price variance. Company code is VPRO. Just say enter, and the limit is 10% here and 10% here. So yes, we do want to check the limits, so save it, and back. So we have completed the set limits for good tolerance and define default values for physical inventory, OMBH. Physical inventory, default values for physical inventory, OMBH. Go for position VPRO, we don't have it. Physical inventory for position, click on this. Okay, so we'll maintain that because we already maintained that default values. We'll see that maintain default values for tax codes, OMR2, new entries, VPRO, tax code. We can give some tax code which is already existing. The tax code which we want to go for is, we have created our own tax code like tax VP or something like that. We can give that, or we can give the standard one as well. We created tax in. A3. Here we can give some other tax code like not taxed or duty free or something like 21% or something like that. Then we can save it. So we need to maintain those tax codes. We need to maintain the tax codes and then do it here. But we are keeping it at this point of time. We keep it blank. And we've done all the steps. 11th to 15th steps is what we have done now. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are discussing about the MM to FI integration, video 3. In the video 1 and 2 we have discussed about the primary basic settings up to 14th step, and then we have defined tax justification. For defined tax justification, we have a particular transaction code called OMGJ. So I'm going into OMGJ. You can also browse it from the path OMGJ. We can also browse it from the path of material management, and in that we have logistics invoice and logistics invoice verification. In that we have tax justification. Just click on this. And in this we have plant overview, and in this we have a position. VPRO is a plant, and for this we have name too. So this is something which we have for we process India justification and save on request. So data was saved. Now we'll come back on GJ, and what we have done here is like we have done define tax justification is what we've just looked upon, and this is like something like at the plant level we are doing it, and then we have configure vendor specific tolerances, OMRX. So vendor specific tolerances, so that we are going to do it in the OMR6. Let's go to the OMR6 transaction. OMRX, that's OMRX, and I went into OMRX transaction. Okay, it's been logged. I just have to come out of this now. OMRX again. So here we have I need to go for new entries in the vendor specific. So the company code is VPRO, tolerance group is also VPRO, and the new account lower limit is something like 1000, and check limit is something like 10%. Small difference is something around 10, and positive small difference check limit is also 10. Absolute upper limit is something like 100, or something like, we can go for this one. No, we don't want to check this absolute upper limit. We don't want to check these things because it will make an obligation to any postings in the future. So negative value, enter a negative value. So we just save it. This has been saved. We have some lower limits and upper limits been scheduled here, and then what we have is we just have to go for define automatic status change, OMRV. So we'll go for OMRV. So in the OMRE new entries, we'll go for company code is VPRO, enter, and save this. Now we have done this automatic status change OMRV. In this we just named the company name and the automatic status change, and here we have set correct invoice to be completed. Save and back. So what exactly it means is, if at all if you are doing an invoice which is posted properly, then you are assuming it as a completed. So define tolerance limits for invoice verification. The transaction code for this is OMR6. This is a tolerance limits per invoice, and we'll go for new entries, and the tolerance group is something like VP tolerance key and VPRO. I think you can even keep it blank. Do not check, we are not checking any limits. If at all if you want to check limit is minimum limit is 10. Okay, so we just save it. VP already exists. Okay, VI. Actually we need to select the tolerance key from here. Then we have price variance PP, VPRO, enter, save. Say save, and this is the, it is just we have just given a lower limit and we have not given the upper limit and all these details. So just come back of it. Now what we have is define number ranges 50 and 51 in FBN1. So in FBN1, as you have seen in the past different subledgers, there are various intervals that we need to maintain for different applications. So we have VPRO here, intervals, and in this we have intervals we need to go for 50 and 51. So we need to maintain 50 and 51 here. So intervals 50, 2016, number range is 1001 to something like 1000. Say okay, and then we have this 2000, 50. For this we have this, save. Okay, and we have to go for other intervals. Then 51, 2016, we'll go for the number range 2001 to say something around 30,000. Say okay, save it, back again. So we have two number ranges that we have maintained for this particular transactions that we have to do for the related stuff. So integration, we are going to do 4 accounts. We are going to create 4 accounts. Inventory RM account is what we need to create now. For that, I'm going to OBD4 just to check what are the various account groups that we have in which we can put these things. In this we have inventory RM account, inventory RM account, and let's put that under the inventory. So let's put that under the inventory. So inventory RM account, and let us create that in the FS00. So the range is 200, 201 to 200, 300. So 200, 200, 202. This one is VTRO. Does not exist. Yes. Create. And in this we have balance sheet account, and in this we are going to go for inventory. The drop down will select as inventory here, and then here I'm copying and pasting the sub description that we have: inventory RM account, control data INR, balances only in local currencies, line item sort key is 001, interest we have this as G001, save it. Data was saved. So 200, 202 is the account number that we have here. 200, 202. So then we have to create one more account for inventory FG account. Let's create a inventory FG account. That's finished goods account. So let's go for FS00 again. We'll go for 203 now. We haven't yet created that. Create balance sheet, inventory FG account, on balances only in local currency, line item sort key 001, created G001, save, back FS00, 204 does not exist. Create balance sheet, inventory, IR account, control data INR, line item sort case 001, create G001, save it. This has been done. Let's create for price differences account. Price differences account also we are going to create. That we are going to create in 205. Create balances, inventory account, trading control data, tolerance group G00. Okay, tolerance group you are not mentioning here. Line item keeping it blank, 001, create G001, save. And then once it's been done, we are done with all these things, and we'll go for creation of material master MM01. So let's go ahead with the creation of material master MM01. Here we need to create the material master. In this we are giving some material here. Industry type, we'll give some particular industrial type. And first of all, let's check the MM03 with which we can take the reference and create a material. So here in MM03 we can see the existing materials. Now here we have some data, and we need industry sector. Industry sector, we can take it as something like retail. Material type is food, and material number is something like, material number is internal, so we just okay. Okay, so in the next video I'm going to discuss about the creation of material master. From there onwards, all the next steps we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, that's it for this video now. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss the MMFI integration from the MM point of view. I mean, like from the creation of material master is what we are going to discuss now. The previous configurations are already done in this particular screen. So let's quickly look at all the configurations that are already done in the server, in the particular server in which we are doing it, and then we'll go ahead with the creation of material, because unless and until we have the previous configurations right in place, we will not be able to create a material in this particular server in which we are trying to create. So I'm logging into this, and let's quickly see all the configurations. OX10, the plant have to be there here. OX10, we are making use of all as VIPRO or VPRO. So let's check the plant as VPRO. We have the VPRO plant, and then we have OLAS, that's defined location. OLAS, this also we have created as OIAS. So in this we are going to create the location. Location also we have created as VPRO, and this VPRO LO, this is the location that we need to make a note of. The location is VPRO underscore LO. And then we need to go for maintain storage location, that is OX09. OX09 we have done the storage location. Let's quickly see that VPRO. For VPRO we have to maintain locations, so we can maintain multiple locations. Select this address storage, so we have to create new entries, and here we'll go for V1, VP1, VP2, VP3. We can put multiple storage locations here. So we can go for MS storage location 1, India. This is HYD 1. So just say OK. This is for the other one. So the storage location, say 2, it's say in Pune, and then we have the country as India. We can give all these address because we have given 3 storage locations. We'll go for 3 storage locations configurations, and we have this in Mumbai, India, and save, own request. So we are saving it as a request. So basically we are looking at each and every step, have they been done successfully, or if they have not done, we are fixing it up. So come back to that, and then we'll go for the OX08 purchasing organization. OX08, we have to create a purchase organization, so we want to create as VPRO. So VPRO purchase organization is already there, and we also have another purchase organization as VPRP, VPRO. These 2 are the things that we have now. And then we'll go ahead with the assign plan to company code, that is OX18. We have plan to company code. Plan to company code, we go to VPRO, and then we have to just check that, and VPRO company, and we have the plant, and we have assigned this. This has already been assigned. Save and back, and then we'll go ahead with the OX01 assign purchase ordination to company code OX01. In this position we have VPRO, and in this the purchase ordination is already assigned to company code, and that has been done. Back, and then we'll go for OX17 assign purchase ordination to plant OX17. In this position VPRO, and for this, for the purchase ordination we have already assigned the plant. Okay, anyways, okay, so we have already assigned the plant. OMS2 define attributes of material types. OMS2 we have attributes to material types. So we just need to first create a material type. Let's create a material type now. Okay, we have to copy from the existing ones. So let's copy from material type as ABF. So select this, copy, and this you change it as VPRO material type, and then we need to enter this. Dependent 191 dependent entries have been copied. Save, say OK, and if at all you want to go for quantity and value updating, you can go for quantity and value updating here. Okay, so we have saved it and back, and then we have OMSY, that is maintain company code to material management. OMSY, on this OMXY position VPRO, and in this we have 2015. We'll change it as 2016 because this is the fiscal year 2016. Enter. Okay, this is for the past year, so we have to update it as 2015 only because it's for the past year. And then we can go ahead with the OMR6, that is set tolerance limits for price variance. OMR6. Let's look at the OMR6 now. In the OMR6 we have already done set the tolerance groups for this particular scenario. So we have OMR6 check limit 10, upper limit is 10, back again. So in this we have to go ahead with the define plant parameters. For defining plant parameters, so for plant parameters the transaction code is OMI8. So we'll go for OMI8. This is for plant parameters. We can create for VPRO, already exists. So we just want to change this, maintain VPRO, maintain. So we have number ranges in planned orders are already been maintained. So reservations we have 0101 and we have maintained this. We go for reservations and dependent requisitions. We have in our statements we have number ranges 01. Save, say OK. It's been maintained. Purchase requisitions, MRP lists, and simulative department request also we can do it. Purchase requisition 01. Save, say OK. Then MRP lists 01. Save, say OK. Simulative department request 01. Back. So we can maintain in this way we can maintain the number ranges for all special requirements, availability departure request, and then we have external procurement, rescheduling, available stock, start, everything is done, everything we can maintain it. Okay, let's get back to that. So in this we can do all these plant parameters, and then we have set tolerance limits for goods receipts, OMC0, and then we go for VPRO, and then we have already done the all the tolerance limits as PP. We have given this here, and back, that is like tolerance limits for goods receipts, we have done that. And OMBH define default values for in physical inventory. OMBH we have done this. In the OMBH, we are checking for the plant VPRO. For VPRO, we don't have this, so we'll go ahead with the. We have to make it updated to the VPRO. So in OMC0, we have this fiscal define fiscal values for inventory. We'll just check that and maintain default values for tax codes OMR2. OMR2, we have done the configurations, positions, VPRO. We have this, and we can also check the values for this. So VPRO, company code, tax code, we can mention it, and only that tax code will be, default tax code will be applied here. But as of now, we are keeping it blank because we don't want to calculate any plan now. And for the tax justification, the transaction code is OMGJ. OMGJ. So OMGJ, and in OMGJ, OMJJ. So as of now, we are not doing the tax justification, but in fact, if you want to do it, then this is the path, but we don't. It's not working here right now. The define tax justification, when you click here, it's going into the plan. So we are ignoring this step, and then we'll go ahead with the next step is OMRX, like there is configure vendor specific tolerances. So when we have OMRX, we have already maintained that. Company code, new entries, vendor specific tolerances, new entries, we can go for VPRO. Tolerance group is like VPRO again, and if it's for vendors, particular vendor, we can have some limit. As of now, we are not giving any limits, we are keeping it free and back, and then we are going ahead with the define tolerance limits for invoice verification. This is OMR6. Then we'll go ahead with this OMR6. Now in this tolerance limits for the vendors, in this position VPRO, and in this we'll go for double click on this, and we have already implemented the tolerance key as VP, and we've given the check limit as 10 and 10. So we can, as of now, we'll put it as do not check because we want to keep it free now, because we want to do open postings now. So then we'll go for FBN1. In FBN1 also we have maintained the intervals for 50 and 51. Okay, we have not maintained here. Let's maintain it as 50, 2016, and number range is 771 to 8000. Enter. Intervals 51, 2016. 8001 9 50. Enter. Save. Say OK. So the intervals can be transported. We have to maintain again the intervals in the production when we move it there. Okay, so let's go ahead with the this creation of GL accounts also we have done in the FS00. All this we have completed. It's a simple task. All that we did is we kept the description as the inventory, RM, and all these things. Now let's go ahead with the MM01, a creation of material for that particular material type, that is VPRO. Just now we have gotten the material type. So in the MM01 we are giving it as we process material type, and the industry sector we give it as retail. Enter. And we are selecting basic data 2. We want to make it very simple right now, so we are keeping the basic data 1, basic data 2. Say OK. You can see Airbus, Boeing, aluminum, wing, that's a material, and we have piece. You can give all these details whenever it is required, but as of now we were keeping it simple. We are creating this material 1807. That's a material type that we are creating. So here you can see that material 18008 is created successfully, and if at all you want to modify anything, then you can go ahead into MM02 and check that 18008 whatever material that we have just now created. We can just check that in the MM02, and we can change all the details here. And if at all in case like you want to display, just display, you can go into MM03, wherein you can give that name material, and we can give display, and we'll get this all details. So in the MM03 we'll not be able to do any modifications, but in MM02 we can do the modifications. So this is what we normally have for the material creation. We successfully created till the material creation. In the next video, let's finish off the remaining parts or remaining topics of the MM integration. After that we can start off building up the flow. So once the flow is completed, we can start with the SD integration with FI. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss the configuration from the third step, the creation of vendor master, and group together valuation areas, define valuation classes, define account grouping for movement types, and configure automatic postings. These are the things that we are going to do now. Let's start off with the XK01. So in this, we have to go ahead with the XK01 here. I'm doing this in the XK01. So in the XK01, we need to create some vendor here. The company code for us is VPRO, purchasing organization is VPRO, account group is also VPRO, and we just say enter. Okay, so external, so we say 1256 and say enter. Okay, we need to give the range because that range is here, so we can say 300,000,000. So I'll give here as 300,000,000 and enter. We're creating a vendor here, already exists, so 1 already exists. Say I can say 9, and now here we'll say Mr. John, Hyderabad is a search term, and country is India. I'm just giving only those things which are mandatory here. So then we have customer. If at all, if this vendor is also our customer, then we need to give the customer number here, so that will be linked to the vendor. So these two are mutually same. That it might be a case in certain cases, it might be so that the vendor might be our customer as well. So at that time we have to give that customer number here, but as of now we are just ignoring this. These are the things that we can give. The first name is John, say Peter, enter, say enter, and here this is the mandatory thing that we need to give here. Unless and until you give the reconciliation account and cash management group, it's not going to store in XK01. But if the same thing is done through MK01, which is done by MM people, there is no reconciliation account in the MK01. Okay, so just normally they create the MK01, they create the vendor. So here reconciliation account is mandatory for us. So these are the two reconciliation accounts which we already created. So vendor reconciliation account is what we created in the FS00. I'm making use of that here, and here domestic. I'm giving this cash management group as domestic and save. So once we have this, order currency is INR, say enter and click on save. So this 300,009 has been created successfully for the purchase for the company code VPRO, purchase organization VPRO. Okay, this is what we are supposed to do in the XK01. In XK01, we are supposed to create the vendors. Then we have OMWD. So group together valuation vendors, OMWD. So in the OMWD, we have these valuation areas, and we are supposed to create the valuation areas here, group together valuation areas. So here we will go for VPRO. So we have valuation group code, and valuation group code I'm creating as VPRO. Just say save. We just need to create a unique valuation area. So we have created this as VPRO here and back. Now we have OMSK, that's a valuation class is OMSK, enter. That's a valuation class. So account category reference, we need to give it here. In the account category reference, we have different types of categories already. So account category reference are 0, 0001, 0002 and all new entries. And in this, I am giving it as VPRO. So Wipro account category reference. Say OK, save. Say OK. So we have created one account category reference of our own. These are all the standard ones which are existing. Then we have valuation class. In the valuation class also we have VPRO, which does not exist. So we are creating new entries. VPRO is the valuation class. Account reference is also VPRO. This is all for Wipro valuation class. Say OK, save it. Say OK. Next back. Then we have save it, back, and valuation class we already gave this. Then we have material type, account category reference. So material type and account category reference is what we need to configure here. So material types, there are different types of material types here. These are the existing material types we have. So in this, Wipro is the material type that we created, and account reference is 0007 by default. So this is reference for non-validated materials. We just save it. We're just checking that, and data is already saved. We don't want to change anything because it's already assigned here. If you want to change any assignment, we can do that. So OMWN. So we have to go ahead with the OMWN here. OMWN. Define account grouping for moment types. So here we have account grouping, and grouping is like, we have to combine these things. So position, moment type is VPRO, so we don't have it. So moment type, account grouping, we just have an overview here. We can't change this, so we'll just have moment types, account grouping moment types. We have 101. So these are the account grouping. So we have movement type is 922. For this, if you want to make any changes in this, we can do it. As of now, we are not doing any changes here. The movement types we are keeping as it is, and we have OBYC, that's automatic postings. OBYC, and in this we have different types of account posts. So we can go ahead into each and every one. This is from agency bus. Chart of accounts is VPRO. We can get into it. And what is this chart of accounts? I mean, like, what is the account that we want to maintain here? Do you want to maintain credit or debit or anything else? So here the transaction is AG1, that is REV from agency bus, and then we can have save yes. So we can have an account number here. We can assign an account number for this. Okay, so the account number that we have to maintain here is the account number that we just now created. We actually created account numbers individually for each and every process here, automatic postings. So we'll take the asset GL account here and just say save. So we need to first go to the posting key, and we need to mention whether it's a debit or credit. So we say invoice, just say enter, save. So this is posting key is 01 for invoice, and for clearance, invoice clearance or payment. This is for account of for customer debit, reverse invoice, incoming payments. Okay, so let's take this as incoming payments, save it. So back, And then we need to maintain this way. We need to maintain accounts for each and every type. This is like sales, frequency, agency, bus. So in this way we can maintain for all. So and automatic postings, for automatic postings we need to maintain all these things for OBYC. Whichever are the accounts for which we need to maintain it, we have to maintain it. And then we have to go ahead with the creation of purchase order ME21N. Hi all, today we are discussing about the system landscape, which is one of the most important topic for you for preparing for the interview point of view. So this is something which we come across in each and every project. Every project that you are going to do in the future, we would be having a particular system landscape for that particular project, and every client will decide its own system landscape. Let's go ahead and see the typical system landscape which we normally have. Typical landscape system will have a database server, development server, quality server, and production server. These are the three main servers that we normally basically use in the real time. And addition to this, we also have something called pre-production server, which will come across in the next model. So basically, every project in the real-time server will have development server, quality server, and production server. These three are the mandatory servers, and in which you are going to do all the customization and configuration, whatever you are doing in the SPRO transaction. Those things you are going to do it in the development server. And then these development server, whatever developments that we have done, will be moved to the quality server. The quality team will test that is it according to the requirement that the client has given. If the client has given some requirement, and if it matches what you have developed or what you have customized, then that will be tested properly, and then it will be moved to the production server. And I normally have taken the example of BMW and IBM, right? So if IBM is implementing it for BMW, then BMW is the client which will have the complete access of production server. So we from the development company, that is IBM, we are not supposed to do any changes in the production server without the knowledge of the client. But in development server, it is completely in the hands of IBM. So we are not going to hand over this access to development or quality to the BMW, because if BMW has done something which we are not supposed to do, then it will be like there will be a misunderstanding. So it's very clear, IBM is going to have the complete access of development and quality, and BMW, the client, is going to have the access of pre-production server. Now whatever customization configurations that you have done within the SPRO transaction, or the customization config, all those steps, those things can be moved from development to quality to production. You cannot configure all these things in the production. You can do it, but you will not be given the access to do that. Okay, so in development server we have done, but whatever are the postings that you have done, I mean not at the SPRO level, at the SAP easy access level, from the accounting whatever you are accessing, those things can be done only at the server level. So you cannot move that postings from which you have done in development to quality to production, you cannot move. Okay, you have to again do these postings in the production server from the fresh, because that is something called data. Okay, so that we have to do that basic postings. The end users work have to be done fresh in the production server. Whatever GL accounts you are creating, whatever account groups, not account groups, whatever GL accounts you are creating, whatever documents you are creating, have to be done again in the production server, right? So here development server will always have partitions called clients, and a client is always a 3-digit number. It's always like that. So normally when you are practicing, if you observe, when you log into the screen, username and password, on top of it you will have something called client, and basically you are for practice, that is IDES system. IDES system means International Demo and Evaluation System. In that you will normally have a client name as 800, but here what we can do is you can go ahead with the any other clients. Normally in the real time we will never go with 800 client, we will always go with 120, 130, any 3-digit number is okay, fine, but not 800. Okay, and not 000 also. 000, I'm going to tell you why 000 is not allowed. Basically 000 is something which we use for golden client. This golden client is not going to be mentioned anywhere in your entire server, because it is something which is like a hidden client, and they don't tell you about the golden client because that will have the default settings. If you do anything wrong, then you can just go and copy from the default settings in the golden client. That's the reason it will not be mentioned in the system landscape at all. Okay, but it will be there. Now quality server also will have partitions called clients. Okay, so it will also have partitions in the clients, and whenever anything that you have done is client specific, if somebody is mentioning that it is client specific, it will be available only in that client. For example, your clients are 120, 130, 140, and if something is client specific and it is done in 120 client, it will not be visible in 130 client. But the customization configurations what you have done, you cannot hide it like that. They are client independent by default. So whatever customizations you have done in 120 will be visible in 130 also. Okay, and production will never have clients. It will have a single client. It will not have multiple clients. It will always have single client. And now, as I told you, the quality in the quality server, IBM is going to test it. Means the company which is implementing SAP will test it. But what if the client want to test it? Means BMW also want to test it from their end before it is moving to the production server. If that's a scenario, they have to come up with another server called pre-production server. Pre-production server is a server which basically is used as a testing environment for the client. And since as per the SAP's suggestions, we should not give the access of quality server to the client. So the client has to purchase another server called pre-production server, which will be an intermediate between the quality server and production server. Okay, so pre-production server is something in which we have to move all these customization configurations. Then the client will test it, and when it is approved, the client himself will move to the production server. Okay, so when from IBM perspective, if any objects or any developments or any customization that you have done is moving from quality to pre-production, it means that it is already moved to the production from our perspective. But from BMW perspective, that is a client's perspective, it has to move ahead from pre-production server to production, that is production server. That is very important. And what happens, in certain cases, the client data is very confidential. For example, World Bank is our client. So they don't want to give even a single record which is a genuine record. They want to test it from their end. So they just simply make the copy of production server into pre-production server. All the data that is available in the production server, which is the real-time client data, actual genuine, if you have customers, and all this customers data will be there in the production server, the same thing can be copied to pre-production server. It will be copied to pre-production server, and that will be used. Okay. So this is what is these are the different four different servers. And now here, other than these servers, we also have something called sandbox. Sandbox is something which will be purchased by the company itself. What I mean to say is, if BMW is the client, then BMW purchases all these servers. But IDA server is something which IBM has to purchase on its own for its own company. So if a company has a sandbox, that is the IDA server which we are practicing right now, that IDA server will be there with the IBM forever, because that is purchased by IBM. These servers are not purchased by the company, that is IBM. It is purchased purely by BMW. So one fine day you have to hand over all these things to BMW, because it's purely BMW's property. But IDA server is something which you use for practice, for training purposes and testing purposes. If you want to just check whether it is going to work properly or not, you're going to check it in the IDA server. And it is not mandatory that every company would maintain an IDA server. Okay, IBM maintains it, but some other small companies might not maintain it because it's a costly affair. That's the reason, they'll not go for it. Okay, so development server, I'd write some documentation for this. Development server is a server. All the developments are done by the technical team. Okay, customizing and configuring process is initially carried out in development. So clients develop not only development server, even the quality or testing server also will have the partitions and called clients. Dependent objects are visible only in that particular client, and all the client independent objects visible on clients. So there are certain I mean like client dependent and client independent objects are there. Any 3-digit number, development server. Right, so this is about the development server, and next we'll go ahead with the quality server. A quality server is where all the testings will take place. All the customizing and configuring that we do in development server will be moved to quality server, this server, for testing, and this testing is done by testing team. There will be a dedicated testing team for this. And here, once all the testings are done by the client, by our company, I mean like the developing company, the implementation company. From here, the objects are moved to production server. Okay, and the pre-production server. Pre-production server is a server which is a optional server. Optional server maintained if the client wants to, if optional server maintained if the client wants to do the settings, do the testings from their end. So this is like a testing environment or a quality server for the client. Client can test it in the pre-production server. Production server is where all the business transactions are maintained in the production server. Okay, all the business transactions are maintained in the production server, and this server is actually where all the customization configurations finally have to be moved. Hello everyone, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss about the tax computation, in which we are going to define the tax procedures, assign country to calculation procedures, define tax codes, assign tax codes to non-taxable transactions, creation of a VAT pool account, GL account, define tax accounts, assign tax codes in GL accounts, and posting of sales or purchasing invoice to check input and output taxes. So these are the things that we have here, and for this let's start off with the concept of creation of tax procedures in OBQ3. Here we are going to define the tax procedures. Here in OBQ3 transaction, we will already have lot of standard tax procedures, in which we are going to go ahead with there is already a standard tax procedure for India, which is the sales taxes India, and here we just have to go for it, and we can check what are all the existing taxes that we have here for that particular tax procedure. We can create our own tax procedure and create our own taxes, and from which account to which account is what we have to give it here, and then we can get the values. So here what we'll do is, let's go ahead with the new entries, and in this we'll go for TAX VI. In case if you want to create a we process taxes in India, say save, and in this we have to create, just we already have requests, and we have a tax procedure here for which we have the controls, and in this we have to go for new entries, and this we have step 1, and we have counter and C type, that's condition type. So in the condition type we have various kinds of conditions here. We have sales tax, we have AR tax, accounts receivable tax, accounts payable tax, and we have tax SD interface, we have base amount, discounting, freight, dummy, non-static. All these are the different types of condition types that we have here. So we'll go ahead with the base amount. We'll go for base amount, and description is base tax. In this way, from whatever taxes that we have, we have to we have to mention all the taxes here. Say okay, and then we need to just save. This is how we can create all the taxes that we have, and what is the amount for which we have to pay the tax, we have to levy the tax, and all this accrual, all these details will be there here. So let us go back and check the standard ones, that is TAXIN, which is already provided by SAP. Select this controls, and in this if you see here, we have account key. This is the account key, and only when we mention this account key, we are going to get that particular tax inculcated into it. Now this from and to numbers, we need to remember this actually. So we have taken 101 to 120 and 100. So this is like this from and to represents the tax type. Now here we have 10 is wages, it says condition type. For condition type 10 it's wages. So we have conditions with the value which is base of percentage. So we're mentioning the condition type there, and let's go back now and save it and back, and then this is the place where we are creating the tax procedures. Assign country to calculation procedures. So we have OBBG. In this we'll go for the country, that is IN. For IN we already have A tax, and A tax already is a tax calculation procedure that we already have in the OBQ3 transaction, but let us take this as TAXIN and select and save, and the tax procedures will be updated with the TAXIN. And then we have defined tax codes, FTXP. FTXP is a transaction code where we are going to define the tax codes. So in this we have IN, country is India. Tax code, let us take it as something like V9 and say OK. This is a tax code that we are creating. Tax code for general taxes. Tax type is output tax or input tax. So we are taking output tax and say OK. We can give all the other details as well. Target tax code output, target tax code input, tolerance per rate, all these things we can give it. Here we need to mention the tax percentage. So I'm mentioning the tax percentage as 10, or you can give any other another amount. And then we have MWS is the account key, which we have mentioned at the rate of tax codes when we are creating the tax codes. So in this we have tax rate for non-deductible input taxes, something like 2%, and then say save. Now this is tax code V9 was created. Back. Now assign tax codes for non-taxable transactions, OBCL. So there are certain transactions which are non-taxable. So for that as well we have to assign the tax code. So we just go for position, and then we'll go for VPRO, that is the company code that we have. And input tax and output tax, these are the standard tax codes that we have, which we have assigned here. The input tax standard code is V0 and output tax standard code is A0. You can just have a look at this. So basically we have given the standard ones here, and then save and back. Now here the tax codes we are mentioning by default as V0, A0 because they are non-taxable. Now creation of VAT pool account we have to create in FS00. As you already know, any of the accounts we have to create in FS00. And before that, let's go to the OBD4 and check the account categories. So and this we have, this is for the taxes. Okay, let's say we'll take it from the current liabilities 1005012 to 10060, or financial charges. Let's go for financial charges 4005012 to 400600. So let's create an account here in FS00. Now in this we have 400501. Can create balance sheet account, and here we have what was that? Financial charges. Okay, so here we'll give a proper definition for this. This is VAT pool account. Let's take it as VAT pool account. control data, only balances local currency, line item 001. Here we need to give it as G001. Keywords, save it. So 400502 is the one we have here. So 400502. Now define tax accounts OB40. So we need to remember this 400502, which is the account for VAT taxes. Let's go ahead with the define tax accounts OB40. So in this we have configuring account maintenance automatic posts. Here we just have all the values already been defined, and we are not going to tell anything. We are not going to give anything here. It's automatic posts for tax accounts, and assign tax codes in GL accounts. So tax codes in GL accounts is FS00. So FS00, what we have to do is, if the 4502, there are certain tax codes by default given here. Here we have tax category, only input output tax or input tax. I am telling it as only input tax if you give it as like that, or only output tax. Anything, you can give any category in a particular category. So say save. So here we also have to mention this, that postings without tax also allowed. Just say save. Now this is what we have. Now let's say posting of sales or purchase invoice to check input and output taxes. We have to do it from F-22 will go for purchase invoice, and F-43 will go for the F-22 will go for sales invoice, and F-43 will go for the purchase invoice to check input and output taxes. So we'll create that in a particular transaction. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session we are going to discuss about the transport organizer, which is one of the very important topics when you are going for the real-time projects. In this initially what we discuss is, we will be discussing the basic steps that we have to go through to have a new request number, and what exactly is transport organizer all about. Transport organizer is a process which enables us to move all the customization configuration that we have done in the development server to quality server, and from quality to pre-production if it is there, and then to pre-production server. So this movement can happen only through a transport organizer. So here everything is based on a request number. There is whenever you create a request number, there will be something called request number, and under the request number in SE09, when you go and see, there is a request number. Under the request number we will have something called task number. Task numbers are dynamically generated. For example, if your request number is, I am just taking an example, ECCK 90132, then your task number will be ECCK 90124. Okay, so for here, now let's say for example, you are saving these request numbers under different tasks. For example, if two people from the same company are saving the tasks under the same request number, then two tasks will be created. So two employees are trying to save the customization configuration under the same request number, then two tasks will be created, and this need not be in the serial order because it might be already taken away. I mean, you are basically saving this after a very long time. So 90, it might be 90 or it might be 91345. It need not be in a serial order. So the initial task number that gets created when we are creating a request number will be the immediate next number of the request number that we created, but the future task numbers will be dynamically generated. These request numbers are purely generated by the system. Okay, we are not going to create it on your own. The number cannot be decided. Only the subject, that is the title, is what we can decide. Okay, so let's go ahead into the system and then we just let's look up on that. We are in the customization SU09 transaction now. Let's go ahead and create. Sometimes in the real time you will not be having the access to create the request number. Either your project manager or project lead or technical lead only will be having this access. So sometimes you have to wait for them, ask for them to create it. We have to first go ahead and check whether we have the access in SU09. If you don't have it, then you have to send a request to your reporting person to create a request for us to store all the customization configurations that we have done. Since we are doing it for SAP FICO, then we have to go for customizing request, and workbench request is for the development people, that is the technical people, ABAP people. So transport of copies and all these things we can do. So customization, if you do for transport of copies, the whatever the subject that you have given, text that we have given will follow. So customizing request, new request for JH Softech. Okay, new request for JH Softech. Just click on save, and then a new request will be created. As I discussed in the theory part, we basically will be having the task number, we have the request number, another request number, there will be a task number. So here the whatever description that you have given will follow here, and this is by default coming as customizing task. If any other user will save some of his customization configuration under the same request number, then another task will get created here. Okay, so now once it has been done, this is your request number. Okay, now once it has been done, you have to go ahead into the whatever SPRO transaction, whatever configurations you do. Basically, let's create a simple thing like define credit control area, new entries, and in this you just create something JST. I think JST is already there. JHSI is not there. So this will ask you it will prompt you for the customizing request, and this is where you have to click on the own request because you already created in SC09. Okay, so now here when you click on own request and see new request for JH Softech, you have to just click on this request number, and then automatically it will be saved under that request. Okay, now here once it has been done, it was saved. Okay, now here I would create another request, another credit control area like JHSP, and just click on save. It is by default saved in the same request number. I'll again come back to this. Enterprise structure, definitions. I'll take company code now. Okay, different company. Okay, I'll just give some. Did I take company or company code? Company, right? JHSI International. Okay, just save it. Country is mandatory. Now here you can create your own request number as well. If you create your own request, it will be automatically saved under that particular request number here. Okay, so new request for JH Softech International. If you save this and just say OK, then this is what we have. Okay, so this is request created under this request. Now what is that you have to do once you have done these things is you have to first make sure that all the customization configurations whatever you have done is done. Once you have done this, your customization configurations, whatever you have done, will be visible under this. Okay, so if you have done some changes here, so this will be visible. So when you click on this, okay, here it will not show. In the technical people, for technical people, it will show up the program name and all. Okay, so here these are the things that we have done under that request number. When all the customization configurations are done, you have to release this particular request number. Before releasing the request number, we have to release a task number 1023. If I try to release, we will not be able to release because it is not yet released. The task is not yet released. So first of all, whatever tasks are there under that request number should be released. This is the task number. So just try to release this. Once tick mark will come. A tick mark means it is released. Then you have to select this and release. Now what we have to do is, the moment it is released, it will perish from the modifiable request numbers. It will not be there anymore in the modifiable then. Okay, there will be another option here. This will be gone now. So it will be there in the released ones. Now you can see the same request number and the released ones. And once a request is released, you cannot save anything under that particular request. It's freezed. So you cannot save it. You have to generate a new request to again do the savings. And now this request number is what, once you have released, you have to inform to the basis team to move it to the quality. So you will not have the authorizations to move all these objects from the development to quality. The basis team will move it from the development to quality, and from there to quality to production. So for each company will have its own process to send a request. In some companies they send just an email. In some companies they send an email CCing your technical project lead or technical lead. Those people will approve it. Only when it is approved by your reporting person, it will be moved to the basis people will move it to the quality and production. In some companies, they use a template, which is an online template which we have to fill and we have to save. The moment you save that online template, automatically the basis team will be that will go and trigger the basis team. The basis team, what exactly they do is, they have to check that request number, see for the approvals, that this document whatever you have filled will also go to your reporting person. The reporting person have to approve it. Only then it will be moved from the development to quality to production. In some companies, to enhance the security, they give all these requests, whatever access of this basis team, to some other company. So what exactly they do is, for example, if I take an example of a project which was done for say Coca-Cola. In Coca-Cola, all the basis team was not from IBM. They were from HP, Hewlett & Packard. So what happens here is, they are not our friends that you just request them and they move to the quality or production. What we have to do is, officially we have to fill in all the required documents. That will be gone to HP. From IBM they'll send it to HP, and HP will check all the criteria, and then only they will move to the development to quality production. So overnight we cannot move anything from development to quality production from IBM. Okay, so the movement is handled by some other company. To enhance the security, some people will do like this, but this is not something which we mandatorily do in every project. Okay, so that is how. So the basis people, they have to log in into quality server, and then from there we have to do it. Once they have moved, once the basis team has moved your request, then you can check whether it has moved to the moved to transport organizer. And so you can just click on this button and you can see change hierarchy. So where exactly is this particular request? Is it in the development server? Has it been moved to the quality, or has it been moved to the production? All these things you can just see the hierarchy here by clicking this. Okay, fine. So this is about the transport organizer. There are two more transactions which are very popularly used for transport organizer. SE10 is a transport is a transaction which is very much similar to SE09. So in this SE10, even from the SE10 also we can do all these things. There are very slight changes that we have from transport organizer SE10 and SE09. And SE01 is something which is only for viewing. This is like, basically this is an extended version that is SE01. Mostly we'll use the SE09 and SE10 only. And here we have piece list, client, delivery transports. So we have some additional features here in the SC0 transaction. Okay, so these are the things that we normally use for SPR. So remember, whatever changes that we have done in the SPRO and whatever is asking us for a request number can only be moved from the development to quality, quality to production. When I was discussing the concept of system landscape, when I was telling you that all the things that we have done in the easy access level, what I mean to say is, so at this level in the accounting, we have done whatever changes that we have done, or whatever accounts we have created or documents that we have created cannot be moved from development to quality, quality to production. They have to be again done fresh in the production server. So these are called the transactions. So these transactions cannot be moved. Only the customization configuration which can be saved under the request number can be moved from development to quality, quality to production. Okay, so this is all about the transport organizer, especially specifically for functional point of view. And as I told you, in the real time, sometimes you will not have the access to create a new request, so you have to ask your concerned the reporting person to create it and give it for you. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss the project number 24, in which we have loading data using LSMW. So this basically, LSMW is a concept which has been designed specifically for functional people. So when we log in into LSMW transaction code, we'll be basically asked a project name, sub-project and object name. So if I give the project name as Softech, and then we have JHS_1 and vendor master, and then click on this create button. Okay, so create button. So it will ask you the description for that project: JHS vendor upload, vendor master, and then we need to execute this. We'll have totally 17 steps here. Since we are following the session method, in which we'll have the 14 steps till run batch input session. So we'll first step by step we'll execute. Any step is successfully executed, you'll automatically by default go to the next radio button or the next step. So execute this, and in this we have a batch input session, and then click on this create, and this we have recording JHS vendor data, and then say OK. JHS pen, and the transaction code we need to give exactly correct, so MK01, and we'll directly log in into the MK01, and we are doing the recording here itself. I'm giving it as 1800 001 0001 again. And then we'll be giving those details. Save it. Okay, once we save this, automatically we'll be able to see the recordings, and in this recordings we just need to click on this default all. We need to click on this default all. So in the default all, you will have all these fields. Save it, and once we save it, you have to come back and again back. So here you need to have that recording name here. Since we don't have it, just click on this, and JHS when that's the only when the recording we have it here, so that will come here. Save it and back. Without giving that name, we should not go out of that first step. So once the first step is successfully completed, automatically the data bit comes with the second step. Just click on execute, and in this we have to click on this display change, click on create, and we have to create some structure, IT when. And in this we just need to save and back, and maintain source fields. Select this, click on display change, click on create, and the field names we need to give is all the field names. We have to make a list of all the fields that we have recorded, and we also have to write down the properties and length as well. So we have LIFNR is the first field, this vendor number. For that the length is 10 and character. Now then we have KTOKK, purchase KTOKK, account group, and for account group we need to give the length as 4. Okay, then always the cursor should be on the last field. Click on this create, then EKORG, purchase organization, length is 4. And then we have to give click on this create, ANRED, title, the length is 25, name 1, vendor name 35, click on this create, SORTL, search term, and the search term length is 10. Say okay, click on this create, country, and this land 1, country, and the length is only 3, land 1, select this, click on create, WAERS, currency, and the length is 5, save, and once you save it you come back and maintain structure relations. Click on this structure relations. Structure relation is already been done, it's automatically done by default. Whatever the internal table that we have created, it is already mapped to the recording that we have done. Once you have done this, save it and back. Field mapping, this is a most crucial step that we have. In the field mapping, what exactly we are going to do is, whatever are the recording fields, that recording fields we are going to match with the internal table fields. So for that we have to just click on this display change, put your cursor on the LIFNR, click on the source field. The source field for this is IT LIFNR, IT win underscore hyphen LIFNR. For the EKORG also we have to put this EKORG, KTOKK, KTOKK, ANRED, ANRED, okay, name 1, name 1, search term, land 1, that is country, land 1. For this the top one you are going to, if we are seeing in the green color, are from recording, and the right side yellow ones that we are seeing is what we have added in the internal table. So we have mapped this field successfully, come back of it, and then maintain fixed values. If at all you want to write some routines or fixed values, for example, if the country you want to fix it as India, we don't have in the input file, but we need to update that as India for all the records, then you can do it in the fixed values. You can also do it in the translations as well. Translations, we are going to do some translations, like you want to do currency conversions, or translation of any other amount or something, that we can do it in the translations. As of now we are not using this. Okay, we just come out of it and then go to the specify files. In the specify files we need to update the file name. So let's first go back to the file and modify it, like now here specify files, execute, and we need to access that file. Legacy data, we need because it's on the PC, select this. You can also get the data from application server, and here legacy data, click on this create, and in this we need to give the file name, and the file name is in the D drive mk01.txt. select that file, and the name of the name what you want to keep here, Softech when, And what is the separator that we have? Tabulator, tab separator. So we need to give this tabulator and just say OK. And this has been mapped now. Save it. And this the file is mapped. Assign files. It's automatically assigned now. Save, back, read files. And the read files, I want to read from 1 to 10. Execute. So 5 records only are there. Then display read data 1 to 10. So these are the this is the data that we have. Then we need to convert data. In case like if you have written some conversions or the routines at the 5th step which we have stepped, in case if you have written some anything here in the routines or conversions here, maintain fixed values, if you have done something here, then that converted data will be displayed here, because we have not done that. So even the actual data and the converted data will be same. So these are the values like 7557, Mr. INR Hyderabad, and all these values are there. Now create batch input session. Select this, and how many records do you want in each session is what you can give it here. Okay, I'll give it as 4. And in fact we know that we have 5 records here. With 4 records, one session gets created, and the remaining one record, another session gets created. Okay, so that's what we'll do, and execute. And 2 batch input folders with 5 transactions have been created. So run batch input session. Select this. And two are created. One is with 4 records, one is with 1 record. So select this 4 records and process in the foreground, process. And here we have this data. Enter 7556 have been uploaded. 7557 58. Okay, that's done. So 4 records have been successfully uploaded. Then you can just go ahead into SE11 and check the LFA1 table, and you can find those values. So those values are like 7556, 57, 58, 59. So this is the data that we have loaded. Whatever inputs that we are given will be coming here. So whatever we have done in the session and call transaction method, we are doing only. So here we are going to discuss about the concept of legacy system migration workbench, this LSMW. So in this we have, what is LSMW? LSMW is a migration tool wherein we are going to use this tool. We're going to use this tool to get the data from external systems. That is something like non-SAP systems. So it's legacy systems. And then we have the target system is the data where we are going to load the data is into SAP R3, and here we have initial data transfer from non-SAP systems to SAP systems, move data from legacy system to SAP R3, and switch off legacy system. So completely migrate the data from legacy. Any non-SAP system is called legacy system here. Periodic data transfer also will be possible. So we can exchange the data between R3 and other systems using this LSMW concept. Position of data migration requires customizing R3 systems. Customizing must be finalized. So here what exactly happens is, normally also if we have some data in vendors, so if we have some vendor data or if we have some customer data in the previous systems, then there might be huge data. All that huge data have to be migrated completely into SAP system, for which we cannot do it manually. See, normally we created vendor. How did we create a vendor? We just went into the XD01 and then we created a vendor. But if you have to do some 1 lakh vendors, 1 lakh vendors cannot be, it's not possible, technically it's not possible for us to create 1 lakh vendors one after the other by by manually. So what exactly we do is we customize this LSMW workbench. So in this, what exactly happens is the data can be migrated from the other systems, that's legacy systems, to SAP system. So in which we have migration in 3 steps. We have preparatory steps, we have field mapping and rules, and we have data import. So basically we'll have a checklist. So basically we have the data in the legacy system. The data in the legacy system has to be loaded into the data in the into the R3 system. So for this we have preparatory steps, we have checklist, we have field mapping and rules, and data import. This is what we have. So field mapping and rules and data import are done in the LSMW legacy system migration workbench. So this is what we are going to do here. Okay, step 2, step 3. So we are going to do some configuration or some steps we are going to follow, with which when we execute this LSMW, the data is going to be loaded from this legacy system to our R3 system. This is the logic that we have. So LSMW is a tool based on R3. LSMW supports periodic and single data transfer from non-SAP systems to R3 system. LSMW uses standard R3 interfaces. Okay, requirements for the use of LSMW is organizational. We have customizing of R3 applications must be finished. Know the steps of LSMW. This is what we have to have, and you need to have this knowledge of the source system, and we also have to know the knowledge of R3 system. Basically, we can load the data from MS Excel sheet, MS Access, or Notepad. And the example that we are doing right now, the project that we are going to do right now, in that we are going to make use of Notepad as our source system, and with and without separator and code page hierarchical and all. So in this we have which data can be migrated via LSMW. So the data can be migrated from via LSMW through standard batch input, direct input, and all this. These are the various methods in which we can load the data into the LSMW. So what does LSMW look like? Okay, this is how it looks like. The transaction code to get into the LSMW is legacy system migration workbench is LSMW. The transaction code itself is LSMW. Just like we have F-22 or OX01 and or something like that, we have LSMW is the transaction code. When we enter into it, we'll be able to see this project, subproject, and object is what we are going to see in the screen. And in this we'll have some 14 steps is what we need to follow one after the other. So these 14 steps actually together forms the entire process. So these 14 steps are preferably should be remembered by you. So maintain object attributes, source structure, source fields, structure relations, field mapping and conversion rules, maintain fixed values in translations, specify files, assign files, read data, display read data, convert data, display converted data, create batch input session and run batch input session. All these things should happen in the all these steps have to be done by us. So we are going to do this step by step execution, and we are going to see how it works out actually. So what LSMW can do is it can organize the data migration project. It can bring the data from non-SAP systems to SAP systems one time or on a regular basis as well. So we have various methods in various techniques to import the data using batch input, direct input, methods for business object BAPI and IDOC. So in our project which we are going to do, we are making use of batch input method to get the data from a non-SAP system to SAP system. So what LSMW can do? LSMW via download and upload we can get the data, and what it cannot do is it cannot do the outbound transfer. It cannot send the data from R3 to other systems. It can only receive the data from other systems to SAP system. Yeah, exactly. So advantages and strengths of this is there is no coding. That's a major advantage that we have, and this is specifically designed for the functional people. And because we don't only, there is one step in which we have to write the conversion rules, which we might have to use the ABAP program if it is required. Other than that, there is no ABAP code required. So advantages and strengths of cleanses: migrated data in R3 is consistent, user friendly. Only basis ABAP knowledge, basic ABAP knowledge is required. Even if it is not there, we can manage it. In most cases, only few programming has to be done, and supports data transfer from the most important master and transaction data. Okay, so this is something which is a basic introduction about legacy system migration workbench, and going forward I'll just show you the screen how it exactly looks like. So in this we have the project, the sub-project and the object. Okay, and in this what we have going to do is we are going to create that object normally, and then the moment you have this projects, let's say I make it as JHS12. So JHS12 project. What we normally have to decide is, before getting into this concept, what is the flat file? Is the flat file in place? We need to have a flat file in place of the source system actually. Okay, so we need to have a flat file, and we need to know it should have the data obviously, and we should know what transaction code we are loading this data to, and we also have to test it. Okay, first we have to test it. So in our example that we are going to take, or we are going to do, we are going to consider a flat file which is there in the D drive. Okay, which is there in the D drive, mk01.txt. This is the one we have. Transaction code for this is mk01. mk01 is the transaction code for which we want to load the data. So what exactly we do is, first we will take one file. Okay, let's say I'll open up that file here, I'll show you. So our requirement would be to first understand this file, and in this file what are all the values that we have. For all these values we need to first test whether it works or not. So we are going to take one record from this. Okay, if you take 190, you have to delete that 190 from here. So I'll take something like 189. Okay, 189. So let me take this same thing. Okay, I'll delete that later. So when a flat file is given to you like this, we have to first go and check in the MK01 whether it is properly working or not. So we are supposed to load this through LSNW. Once we write this LSNW logic and all, automatically the system will pick up that file and it will load the data. But first of all, let us first do it manually. For one record we are doing it manually. So I'll copy this 190 here. I'll copy 0001, 0001 here. So this first three values are being loaded into the first screen. Clear? Now the remaining four values we are loading into the second screen. These are the only values that we are giving here. Four values is what we are giving here. Enter customer and INR. So we just save it. And once 190 has been created, so this has been successfully created. So it means that the file that is been provided to us, it works. So you have to delete the first record because we have already manually loaded it. So we cannot load it again. With the same vendor number, you will not be able to store one more value again. Okay, so once we have done this, okay, this is working fine. Now we have to execute all this process and we have to configure everything into the BI system, ECC system. Okay. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech, and this session we are going to discuss about the FICO basic settings, and in this basic settings are very much mandatory for us to do the further processing in FICO or in any other modules. For every posting it is very mandatory for us to do this basic settings initially when we are implementing a SAP project. Now let's go ahead into the basic screen. So when we log in into SAP, this is what we see. Let's go ahead into SPRO transaction. This is where we are going to do the basic settings, and in this we have this is also called as organizational structure. So get into the SAP IMG reference. In this we have enterprise structure. In the enterprise structure we will have something called creation of company, and we have definitions. In the definitions, financial accounting. In the financial accounting we'll have something called define company. As we already discussed in the theory part, defining a company is actually something which is optional. We can start off with the company code, which is a legal entity. which is mandatory for us to do the all the configuration. So let's start creating from the company itself. So we have proposed to say take the company name as JH Info. That's the company name that we have proposed. Just click on this, or either if you click on this also you'll get the same screen, or you can go into OX 15. You can open another session and then we can get into the OX 15 transaction. Even in the OX 15 also we'll have the same transaction, will have the same configuration. So OX 15. So this is where actually we can enter the data as well. So let's go ahead with the define company code. Click on this, or the OX 15. So here new entries, click on new entries, and then we have JH Info, JH Infotech, street, so these are the mandatory these are actually not mandatory. So certain things are mandatory, certain things are optional. So we are filling up everything in the company, and just click on the save, and we are going to create a new request number. As I already discussed, request is very important. So say OK, and this has been successfully saved. Then we can go ahead with the company code. So for the company code, either we can click on this this one, edit company code, delete check or company code, or you can also go into OX02 transaction. I'll also log in into OX02 transaction and just show you this edit company code data. So when we click on this, you will get this particular screen. So I'll log out of this, and then I'll show the same thing through the transaction code OX02. So when you get into the OX02, we'll get the same thing. So this is what we get, and this is the screen that we get. So I'm closing it off and then clicking on this edit company code data, new entries, and in this what is the proposal that we have made is this is the requirement that the client will give us, like what exactly they have proposed, the company code, company and company code. This comes as a requirement in the project. So JHCC is what we have proposed. So JHCC, JH Infotech company code, and then we have city, country, currency and language. The moment you save it, you will get further details. Further details are also mandatory. So here we can give a couple of things like Mr., and then we have Raj. Okay, say search term is SAP, country is India, just say save, say OK, and this is successfully saved. And you can give further details also, like you want to give more details, you can always give it, like street number and all these things. So street number 1, it's always better to give these things, like because these are very mandatory. So postal code, city, save. Okay, and this is what happens. Now we have created this company code, and then let's go for the company, let's assign the company code to company. That for that the transaction code is OX16 transaction, or you can also go from the path. So let's go for the assignments. So we will if you want to go for that path, you have to get into assignments. So I repeat, we are into the SPRO transaction, in that SAP IMG reference enterprise structure. In the enterprise structure, we need to go to the directly assignments. In the assignments, we have financial accounting. In the financial accounting, we have assign company code to company. The same thing also can be referred to, or we can also browse into the same screen through OX16 transaction. So just click on this position, and we'll go for the LTMH, this JHCC. This is the company code, and for this we have to assign the company. So let's check the company that we just now design. That was JH Info. JH info, just select that and say save. Now this makes our successfully we have assigned the company code to company. The same thing we can also do it through the OX16 transaction, OX16 transaction. This is where we can assign it. And then what we have to do is we will assign the credit control area. Credit control area basically defines a particular limit for the customers to give the credit. So new entries, click on the new entries, and credit control area is, we have proposed the credit control area, business area. Okay, so let's select credit control area. So credit control area, we will take it as JH controlling area, or we can take it as credit control area, right? CR. Okay, I'll take it as JHCR. So I'll take it as JHCR, and then we have currency is INR. Okay, and fiscal year variant, we have to assign the fiscal year variant. So if fiscal year variant, when we assign the fiscal year variant, we'll give it. As of now, I'm giving it something like V3. I am going to come back to this step and assign the fiscal year variant for this. Okay, so credit control area, it's normally we always make sure that we assign the fiscal year variant once we have created a fiscal year variant. Okay, let's come back now, and now let's go ahead with the next step, that is creation of a business area or segment. As I already told you in the theory part, business area is something which cannot be a legal entity. It was previously considered as one particular branch of a company, and it was like something which has operations. So segment is something under which we can create the reports. Financial reports can be generated at the segment level, but previously there was something called business area. For this transaction code is OX03, which we are actually not using in the latest one, and we are going ahead with the segment. So let's create a business area for our understanding. So to create the business area, define business area is the path, or you can also go into OX03 transaction and then create it. So I'm just creating one business area. So business area, I'm creating it as JHBA and JHBA so this is how we create a business area, and later we can we can use it for individual processing of that. So define segment is something which we have here. We don't have a transaction code yet for segment creation, so we just have to go only through the path, new entries, and then we can give it as JSEG save it. So this is what we have, JSEG is the segment we have created. Okay, let's go back, and then what we have to do is we have to now we'll create the chart of accounts. Okay, chart of accounts, we'll create the chart of accounts now. So for chart of accounts, we just need to close down this. For our understanding purpose, for our clarity, I'll again come from the starting. I logged into SPRO, get into SAP IMG reference. Till now what we have done is at the enterprise structure level, or now we have to do it at the financial accounting level. So financial accounting, and this general ledger accounting, in this GL accounts and master data, in this we have to create the preparations, and in this edit chart of accounts list, you have to click this, or you can also go into the OB13 transaction as already told in the theory part. So this is like OB13, so we can also go into OB13, but it is already logged because we have already opened that, so it will not open here. So once we close it there, it will open here, otherwise it will not open. So we already have this chart of accounts. Click on new entry, and what is the chart of accounts that we have proposed here is JHCA, and in this Infotech chart of accounts, and maintain language is mandatory. Without language it is not going to store. So Group chart of accounts, okay, it already exists. JICA, I'll take it as JICA because it's JH Infotech, so I'll take it as JICA. Now we just have to create this chart of accounts, save it, and if you have a group chart of accounts, we can very well assign this chart of accounts to that group chart of accounts. As of now, we are not doing that. In case we have it, we can do that. Then we have to assign company code to chart of accounts. For this, the transaction code is OB62, and then you can also click on this, or you can go into OB62 transaction and just check that. OB62 transaction, I'll just show you that. So this is the transaction code that we have. Okay, let's go ahead with the OB62 transaction, or we can click on this and then click on this position, and the company code that we have here is JINF. Is that so? What was the company code? JHCC. Okay, let's go for JHCC, say OK, and chart of accounts. In the chart of accounts, we have to create it as ACIA. No. What is chart of accounts we created? L? Oh, J. J, right? Okay, J ICA. Okay, JH Infotech chart of accounts. So just select that and save it. And now we have successfully assigned the chart of accounts to the company code, or we have assigned the company code to chart of accounts, in fact. Okay, then we have to assign create the account groups. Account groups is something which we actually assign it to the chart of accounts. So we first, only when we create the chart of accounts, we will be able to create the account groups. So click on the account groups, and in the account groups, what we have to do here is we have to create the account groups based on the chart of accounts. If you see the first tab, that is chart of accounts. So what I'll do is I'll simply take into consideration the already existing ones. In the project, when we are allotted a project, you will be doing you will be doing all these things from the scratch. You will not copy from the existing ones. You will do it from the scratch. As of now, I'm copying it from the existing ones. The only thing is I'll copy and you have to write it down. That's it. So I'll take it from AICA. AICA has, I guess, all the accumulated depreciation. From the accumulated depreciation, just copy this. For copying it, you just make click on Ctrl Y. But this number ranges are not that perfect. Let's go ahead with this actually. AICA, this sale. Previously we have done something called LTMH, right? Okay, this looks perfect, so we'll copy this. So in this, what we have to do is we have to go ahead and click new entries, and in the new entries, I'll just copy it here, and the chart of accounts that we have is JICA. JICA, right? I'll just copy this. Oh, I just clicked on save actually. Okay, I'll do one thing. No. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to exclusively discuss about the document splitting, which is a new concept which we have. It's been introduced in the latest version of SAP, which wasn't there in the previous version. So let's look ahead about the significance of document splitting, because understanding this concept is very important for us to go ahead with the customization and configurations. Without document splitting in the new GL concept, you will not be able to create a account, or you will not be able to post any documents. Okay, so this is something which is a mandatory step which we have to perform after the basic configurations of company code creation, chart of accounts, assigning company code to chart of accounts, all these steps. Okay, all these steps have to be finished, and then at the end we have to do the document splitting. So we need to understand in clear what exactly is document splitting. Document splitting is a function of new general ledger accounting. You can use document splitting to automatically split line items to items for selected dimensions, such as receivable lines by profit center. So what are we doing is we are segregating the accounts based on a particular criteria, and we will be able to generate reports at that particular criteria. Here the criteria is profit center. Okay, I want only accounts receivable or receivables. Okay, I want to categorize all the accounts based on receivables, then I can do that. Okay, so if the document splitting is there, so document splitting enables you to draw up complete financial statements for the following dimensions at any time: segments, profit centers, business areas, funds, receivables, customer defined dimensions such as customer fields and all. You can for example create a segment, display of a partial balance sheet according to the set of legal requirements. For example, IAS and US GAAP are according to the areas of responsibility. For example, see, certain regulatory bodies need only a certain data. For example, regulatory bodies who want to give the access to permission for manufacturing plants need to have only the information about the financial transactions happening at the plant level, manufacturing level. They are not bothered about how much you are spending it for the investments, okay, or how much you are spending it for the greenery of the company, or how much you are spending for the welfare of the company, or future investments. Future investments that you are planning is no way concerned to the regulatory body who are actually giving the permission for your manufacturing plant to run. Okay, so we can basically segregate the data according to a particular criteria, segregate the accounts according to the particular data, and then we will go ahead with that. So here we have classification of business transactions for document splitting, document type, and document splitting method. So here we have business transaction variance. We have item category for processing. So document splitting rule. So we'll write a document splitting rule. According to that, it will segregate the data. So we have transfer of postings from application components, account interface. So the document is split, and then after the document split, you can see the data and you can see the accounts in a different categories. Okay, so here we are taking an example here. A vendor invoice is entered with the following items. Okay, so where do we create a vendor invoice? F-43. Okay, so here we have a vendor invoice during entry. So we are entering these things while entry, and then after the document splitting was applied, so it is going to segregate. Like for example, this is like 40 and 60. These are the things that we have, and we have now in this document 1 and 2, basically the payment to the vendor. Okay, these two are the different expenses here. Okay, so here 40 and 60 is there, and here we are paying both the amounts at a time, 100. Okay, but after the document is split, you are going to get the segment level reporting. Segment level reporting means basically this 001 expense is for say one department, and 002 requirement is for another department, or we can have two plants. Maybe one plant manufacturing we have 01, the segment level, and another plant we have a segment 2. Okay, so what happens here is we are making single payment of 100, and we have entered that in the vendor invoice. But if you see at the GL level, after splitting, how is it going to look? For 40, it is going to give the 40. So payables, see, expenses, according to the expenses, it has split the payables. That 100 has become 40 and 60. So it has segregated the 100 rupees into 40 and 60 because those belongs to two different segments. This is what is the concept. You got it? You got this. So now the same thing we are going to do for the payments also. So the payment also we are doing payments. Okay, this is the payment and payment. Okay, so here we have 001 category, 002 category. Okay, so according to the 001, 002, basically this we are not segregating according to any segments, we are just doing the payments. Okay, we are doing the making the payments. Now what happens here is bank 0138, and then we have this is a different concept actually. So this concept is clear, right? This example is clear for you, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and do it in the system now. So to do that in the system, we need to come to the SPRO, SAP IMG reference, and in this we'll have something called financial accounting new. Another financial accounting new, we need to have something called general ledger accounting. General ledger accounting, we have business transactions. In this document splitting, in this classify GL accounts for documents. Now here we are going to segregate the data or segregate the account numbers. So what are all the account numbers that we are going to use is what we are going to understand here. So these are the different accounts. So what I'm going to do is, let's go ahead and check in OBD4 transaction. So in the OBD4 transaction, we have something called position VPRO. So in the VPRO, we have all these things: advance from customer, cash and balances, current liabilities, depreciation, fixed assets, and all these things. We have sundry liabilities, sundry debtors, salaries. Okay, these are the things that we have. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to have this 1 to 1 lakh is what we have the balance sheet account. 1 lakh 1 to 2 lakhs is expenses, and 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs is revenue. So this is how we are categorizing. So let's say all these accounts should come under these ranges. So from 1 to 3, what do you mean to say, 30,000. Okay, this is all 30,000, right? So when I say 30,000, this is a category actually, sorry. Yeah, this is a category. So these are the values that we have. So according to this range only, it will accept the these number ranges. If you are giving a number range which comes out of this, for example, you have sundry debitors. I have created sundry debitors purposefully with an account numbers which are out of this range. Okay, so we will not be able to create postings properly with this with these account numbers, because it is not covered under the document splitting in the in the new GL concept. Okay, so we have segregated in that way, and here even the categories also will be, if there will be different categories as we discussed in the theory part. We'll have different categories. According to this categories, we should be keeping all these values under some category. So 1000 is for balance sheet account, 1001 is for zero balance postings, 1100 is company code clearing on all these things. So vendor. So we have taken now expense, revenue, and balance sheet account. Balance sheet account, expenses, and revenues. These are the three things that we have discussed right now. We have maintained here. So we can maintain for other account numbers also. Okay, so this is a very important concept, and for this we also have to create the segment. And remember, for segment creation and for GL account, there is no specific transaction code as of now. We need to go through path itself. So we need to remember the path. Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we are going to discuss the concept of recurring document. Normally, we have in the previous sessions we have discussed about document creation, and we have also discussed about the park document, whole document, other stuff like that. So as of now, we are doing the we also done the reversal of the document. Now we are going to go ahead with the recurring document. So recurring document is basically created in the FBD1. Basically, what exactly is a recurring document is something which we want to populate or which want to trigger every month or every 2 months in a basic quarterly basis as well. So here we will be creating a recurring document in FBD1 transaction. So let's go to the FBD1. So prior to this, what is the mandatory step that we need to have is, if before creating of recurring document, it is mandatory for us to create a number range of type X1 in FBN1. So we are going into FBN1 transaction. In the FBN1 transaction, we are going to maintain a interval called X1, for which we are giving some number range here, and then we are saving it. Only after doing this, we'll be able to do the recurring document. So now we are creating the recurring document for VPRO. First run I'm giving it a 16, 12, and last one is this one, and 01 is what we have here. And document type need to be maintained as X1 if it is a background scheduled job, or if it is 91 if it is a foreground. So just we have INR. Here the posting key we are giving it as 40. And this I'm giving it as vendor payments. Next one will be, okay, this is a sundry account. Okay, let me post another account. Investments. Okay. Maybe we'll get for investments. So the first run and the last run is what we have seen in the previous screen. Those many days it gets triggered. So this is stored successfully. Document 1000001 was stored in company code VPRO. This is successfully stored. Now what are we going to do is, we are going to again we are going to check this in the F.15 transaction. We are going to check it. So let's come back. F.15 VPRO. So I can just check this. So we have this 2001002 200406. Okay, 200102 200406. So here we have these are the records that we have here. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. So these are the transactions that we have created. We have two recurring documents that we created here, which we need to schedule. Okay, the background job schedule will be done by someone else. Okay, so in this we have document. This is a document number. This is also a document number. So with this document number we have this, and with this document number we have this. Okay, done.
Hi all, Aditya here from Softech. In this session, we would be creating the base. We would be configuring the basic settings of SAP FICO, in which I will start with the company, which is actually, as we discussed in the theory part, it's not a mandatory step. Let's go ahead into that particular step. I'm going into SPRO transaction. As I already told in the theory part, we can go ahead in two ways, either through the navigation part or through transaction codes directly, and clicking the transaction codes and then configuring it. So we'll go to the enterprise structure first. In the definition, so we have financial accounting, and then we have defined company, and this new entries, and then we just have to enter our company code, that is JHIN, and JHS International, street number 1 1234 509 Hyderabad, and I've given all the details of a particular company. And then let's go ahead and create the company code. For the creation of company code, we can either go through the path or go to the transaction code called OX02. The path for path for defining company code company is OX15. And now let's go ahead with the company code creation. Click on this and edit company code, new entries. In the new entries, we just need to give JHIN, Softech India. Okay, save it, and let's give couple of fields. JHS all these steps are not mandatory, but giving the country is mandatory. Just save this, and this company code details have been saved successfully. And let's go back and assign the company code to company. Assigning part will come in the assigning segment here in the same in the enterprise structure. We'll have something called assignment. So let's financial accounting and this company code to company creation. And we can also go to this screen using OX16 transaction code. Click on the position. JHIN is the company code that we have created. Assign the company as JHIN. Just say enter. You can also search it from the search. You can click on the search button and search it from this, and you will find JHIN there. So this is what I'm double clicking again, and you can save it. If you know it, you can just directly type it here and save it. So once it's been done, then we have to go ahead and create the credit control area. So credit control area is something which will allow us to give a particular credit to a customer. So what is the limit of the customer's credit is what we are going to define in the credit control area. This is also very important. Click on new entries. Here also I'm taking it as JHIN. Currency is INR, and fiscal year variant I'm not giving as of now anything. Just I'm keeping this as blank now, and click on save. Okay, and the credit control area is JHIN. We are going to assign it for future postings in sales. So then come back, and then what we have to do is we have to go ahead with the company code to credit control area, assigning company code to credit control area. So in this, we just need to click on this position button. JHIN is the company for which the credit control area that we created is JHIN again. Just save it, and we have successfully assigned the credit control area to the company code. And you can also check the transaction codes for all these steps. I'm also going to tell you the transaction codes. So here the transaction code that we make use of for creation of credit control area is OB45, and assigning the company code to credit control area is OB38. So we have done both the steps now, and let's go ahead and create the chart of accounts. For creation of chart of accounts, we need to come to the another subcategory, that is financial accounting. In the financial accounting, we have something called general ledger accounting. In the general ledger accounting, we have GL accounts. In this, we have master data. In this, we have preparations. In the preparations, we have edit chart of accounts list. Select this edit chart of accounts list and click on this new entries. And then here also we are giving it as JHIN, JH Softech chart of accounts, and we are not giving any other details here. Just click on save. Maintenance English, this is mandatory field here. We need to give the language in which we are storing this data, so English, and come back. And now we have to assign this chart of accounts to the company code. So assign chart of accounts to company code, transaction code is OB62, and click on this, and click on this new entries position. Let's click on the position. JHIN is the company code. Chart of accounts is also JHIN. Save it. Just back, and then we need to go ahead with the we need to go the next step, that is like we have assigned the we have created the chart of accounts and assigned the chart of accounts to the company code. We also will create a business area and segment. Business area is something which is a sub module. For example, if we have JH Softech India is the company code, and JH Softech Hyderabad, JH Softech Chennai, JH Softech Pune, these are the various business areas that we have. Previously we used to call them as business areas. Now we will call them as segments. For segments we don't have any transaction code, but for business areas we do have. OX03 is the transaction code. So let's create both now. So I'm creating a business area. So for this we have the transaction code as OX03. Just click on this and click on new entries, and in this we have to create the business areas JHIN. Save it, say OK, back, and once we are back, business area is done. Then we have to go to the segments, and in the segments we can also create the segment as well. New entry, I'm creating this also as JHIN. Save it, say OK. Now back. Once this segment or business area is created, we can assign this to the company code. So okay, so we'll do that later. Now here let's go ahead with the next step, that is fiscal year variant. And for the fiscal year variant we have this particular step here, financial accounting. And in the financial accounting we have here we have fiscal year variant and maintain fiscal year variant. For the transaction code is OB29. Click on this and let's create a variant, and this variant I'm creating it as fiscal year variant. I'm creating it as JI I'm creating it as JI because we need to take only 2 letters here. I'm copying it from V3 because we want something which is a financial year for India. So financial year for India starts in April and ends in March. So just let's click on this V3. Let's select the V3, which is the SAP standard variant that has been given. Select this and click on this copy, and in this we have JI is what we want to save it. Copy all, say OK, save it. And if we now just see that particular J3, if we see the J3 now here, JI is what we have created now. If we see the JI, so we can see all the periods that we have already copied from the V3 standard variant. So we'll just come back, and we have created this fiscal year OB29, and then we'll go to the assigning company code to fiscal year variant, that is OB37 transaction. You can also directly go to the OB37 transaction, click on this position, search for the company name JHIN, and assign the fiscal year variant JI. JI is the fiscal year variant. You can just select this and say. There are a couple of other company codes for which the fiscal year is not assigned, so it is asking us to fill that. Just say enter. Now here, once it's been saved, the fiscal year has been saved. Okay, the fiscal year is saved, and now what we have to do is we have to go for the posting period. So posting period is something which will define in which month you want to carry forward the the business transaction. So if a particular posting period is open, only then we will be able to do the postings. For example, if we have August, For the account, if the posting period is open, only then we will be able to do the transactions for that particular period. So let's go ahead and come to the financial accounting, and then we have financial accounting, general ledger accounting, GL accounts, line items, GL postings, here the path is financial accounting global settings, document. In the document we have posting periods. In the posting period, so we have all these things, and in this define variance for open posting periods, that is OBBO, and click on this define variance for posting period variance, and click on this new entries, and in this basically I would like to copy it from the existing one, so that like it will be easy for us to configure and customize. So let's create already existing, let's copy it from the existing one. So I'll select this SIMA, and I'll give it this JHIN, and save it. Say OK. We've created a variant called JHIN for posting periods, and then we have to open and close the posting periods, that is OB52 is the transaction code, and click on the position, and posting period is JHIN, select that JHIN. So ours is like we have A, D, K, M, S. These are different types of accounts that we have. If we give plus here, it includes all the types of accounts. Like we have we have debits, we have credits, we have material, we have sales, and all these things. Different types of account groups will be there. So we'll select this as plus, and it will be copying all the accounts. So let's go ahead, and the variant that we have created is JHIN. JHIN. Okay. So open and close posting periods. We get this plus. From we are not giving anything to, and the year, first month of 2015 to 12th month of 2015.